Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight. Civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought it, still fighting today. Made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you. Turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, black American. You want us to fight. Every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the glow for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop takes the caves, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Heinemann kind spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. We benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundational black Americans. You want us to fight. Every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stare down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face. The only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your dues back just like home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your dues back just like home. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing. You lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy style with discussing is whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just lay on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just lay on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, know the skies. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We happy. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace. You can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, the fight, the flame. Foundational Black Americans say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power. Our roots are trees. We know world. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipt. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never matter. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You use our culture like an access card. Backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. East came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't turn to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't. Go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man. You did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Stealing my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Hate y'all still, hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, suck the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with the prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean that. Smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics. And then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chays in conjunction with the Frontline Black News. And I'm your host, Chan Crumman, and we're joined with our Lady Chay. Greetings, Lady Chay. And then we got our West Coast feedback. Is it still getting feedback?
Yeah, now I got shit up here having trouble connecting. How do I sound now?
You're choppy.
Oh, God damn. All right, hold on.
And we got our Asian ally, Michael, joining us this morning as well for Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chays in conjunction with the Frontline Black News. And we'll be discussing several topics. The first one is actor Hal Williams, FBA brother from 227 and Sanford and Son star, Smitty on Sanford and Son, just passed away at 91. So condolences to him and his family.
Full life.
And then we got Michael's movie passes 1 billion, defeats the white supremacist media. Then we got Republicans and Democrats clash over Save America Act. Then we got Black nurses exposed Nolan Wells autopsy. Nolan Wells investigation head into the grand jury. That couldn't sweep this under the rug. They couldn't sweep this under the rug. The Hebrew Israelites ran down on Ocean Springs, where this murder took place, about Nolan Wells. So shout out to them. Then we got medical examiner for Nolan Wells just got exposed. Asian stores are closing. Great news. And FBA grand opening wealth transfer. Then we got Asian business owners speak out on closing stores and boycott. Then we got the musty man, the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, could be heading to prison. Then we got Missouri floods hit Sundown towns.
More great news.
Enhanced space off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Blacc Panther Party for self-defense. We started on Blogtalk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 years, moved from Blogtalk Radio to Streamyard. Please make sure you like and share the broadcast, family. Remember, family, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Please join us on Streamyard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure you're subject to that, just in case you try to take Frontline Black News down again. Then we got my personal page, just to Parish H.A. and Kruma. So we stream all the city council meetings for Denver and Aurora, and the local Black events in both Denver and Aurora, and the Sunday Morning Food Bank, which I've been doing for over 10 years now. Then we got Lady Chase backup channel, Seduction Doll 5991. Make sure y'all sub to that as well. I think you need like 2 more subscribers, Lady Chase, and you should start being able to go live on that channel. Then we got the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub to that. That's Lady Chase's main channel. She should be at 90.
Hi, Jesse.
Hold on, Michael. I got to finish the introduction.
Sorry.
Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, 10.1. Make sure y'all subscribe to that as well. Shabaka should start be able to go live here soon. How many subscribers are you at now, Shabaka? Then we got our cousin or our local. Okay, so you need 3 more subscribers.
Yes, sir.
Then we got our cousin or our local out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Let's cracking TV with Jay Militant. Make sure y'all shout up to our cousin's channel. He's out the Bay Area, and he has some very powerful Black content over there. And then we got our brother Kukizi, who is out the Mile High Income in a legal migrant flooded city, out that Bell side, Montbello. Make sure y'all check him out. He came out with the FBA culture reports, and he used to do the Frontline Black News intro tracks. But check him out, Kukizi 5100 on YouTube. Then we got my brother from another mother, Breeze Omega, who was with us for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced not too long ago. And we chopped it up with the previous days or the latter days. Anyway, our brother's out of Hempstead, Long Island, and he's originally from Hempstead, Long Island, but is now in Leesburg, Virginia. So check out our brother Breeze Omega. He just surpassed 1,000 subscribers. So salute to Breeze. Then we got our brother Church of Black Power, a brother from West California, who's originally from West California, but is now in Houston, Texas. And he was live yesterday, so make sure y'all check him out. The Church of Black Power. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded, who has been around for a decade plus, and actually put Lisa Cabrera on. He's out the DMV area, and he did that We Fought Back series along with some other series. Check him out, Torian Rain Reloaded. And then we got honorable mentions, Black Alpha Network, of course, Tariq Nasheed, Professor Black Truth, Jason Black, Sincere Love to God, Beatzilla, Afro Elite, Lisa Cabrera. I mean, I'll be naming people all morning, but you know who you are, the New Black Media. Make sure y'all sub to all the New Black Media. And last but not least, we got our brother Black Troops United. Came with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And I just played the ad for, fuck Elon. That's right, fresh. And we got Cardenas in the building. And then the link to the Rolodex itself is in the description. The link to submit your business to the Rolodex is also in the description. And shout out to the Church of Black Power for the reparations Flbn Party merch. So we got that link also in the description. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American Caucus. The petition link is in the description. Then we got Michael's petition for Congresswoman Makima Williams out of Georgia to introduce and fully fund the Anti-Black Hate Crimes Act now. Then we got Sister Brooks Call to Action, Sister Brooks backup channel. Make sure y'all sub up to that as well. Then we got the Reparations for the Descendants of American Slaves Act petition. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got Standing with Joshua Fox, our brother who put hands and feet over at white supremacist Nabisco, Chuck the Bussy, Chuck the Builder. Make sure y'all donate to his GoFundMe if you haven't already. Then we got Stop Netflix from damaging docu-series about Michael Jackson. Sign a petition, change.org petition. The link is in the description. Then we got myself, who is a candidate on the ballot currently for House District 8. The elections in November for House District 8, State House of Representatives for House District 8. And the link to my website is in the description. Then we got copyright disclaimer on Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use. Purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity, and that is economics, that's education, that's entertainment, that's labor, that's law, that's politics, that's religion, that's sex, and that is war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity, and that was by Mr. Neely Foley Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95, producejustice.com. Sorry, I got cotton mouth. When you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Mr. Neely Foley Jr., producejustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism and white supremacy, which is the only racism that exists in this current time and era and realm and globe and planet. Is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late great master teacher, warrior, scholar, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of 2 months ago. And the link to her ISIS papers, the keys to the code or the colors to the code, is in the description. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, we got a full house already. Greetings, Lady Che. Greetings, Michael. Greetings, Shabaka. Thank you for showing up for your own show.
Jesse.
Yes, Michael, I got it. Thank you. Thank you very much. And Shabaka, did you get your sound together? Lady Che.
What?
Greetings, Lady Che. Grand Rising to you.
Rising. It's just.
Grand Risings. So we're going to hop into it with the first topic, and that is Hal Williams has passed away from 227 and Sanford and Son. So I got a list of videos to play.
How long are you to be here today?
Not too long, hopefully.
Well, because it's already 30 minutes in, so how long are you planning on being here? The reason I ask is because it's very important. It's really important.
I would say about 4 hours.
What?
3 hours.
Are you gonna play the show or what?
I'm looking for the clip.
You don't have it lined up this whole time you've been sitting there?
No, I have it lined up. I was just looking for the right tab. Okay.
I was supposed to come over there, so yeah.
Okay, well, when
Wait,
was that?
I'm gonna go back on mute, so.
Oh man. So this story hurt my day. It hurt my morning. Salute to everybody that's tapped in, man. Like, share, and subscribe. This news right here hurt me, man, because we grew up watching this, man. Sanford and Son, man. And to read this news on TMZ is very saddening. As the Sanford and Son Hal Williams has now passed away at 91 years old, according to reports out of TMZ. The actor who famously played Officer Smitty, right? Officer Smitty. On the 1970s hit TV show Sanford and Son has died, according to his rep. His manager has told TMZ that he died from natural causes yesterday morning in California, in Rancho Mirage, California, noting that he has some health issues now. Houston said that Hal felt tired upon his return 2 weeks ago from Ohio, where he attended a reunion celebrating Sanford and Son with former castmate Howard Platt, who played Officer Hoppy Hawkins, right? In 1972, Hal launched his TV career, landing the role of Smitty in Sanford and Son alongside the legendary comedian Red Fox, who played Fred Sanford, and Demon Wilson, who played Fox's son Lamont. Then in 1973, Hal scored a major role as Harley Foster in the popular TV show The Waltons. Hal also had a prominent part in TV sitcom 227. Remember 227, y'all? As Lester Lincolns. He also made cameos in a bunch of TV shows, including The Girl, The Dick Van Dyke Show, Cannon, Policewoman, Gunsmoke, Good Times, Knots Landing, The Dukes of Hazzard, Webster, Hill Street Blues, Magnum P.I., Night Court, and L.A. Law. And not only that, but Hal was featured on the big screen too, securing parts in movies such as Hardcore, Rookie, Percy, and Thunder, and Flight. Hal was 91 years old. R.I.P. God, God bless his family. And I want to send my condolences to his family and loved ones. And man, such a great legendary show. And R.I.P. to Hal, man. Yeah, man, that's sad that pretty much all the actors are pretty much gone from these shows that a lot of us, watched when we were younger. And so just pretty sad thing to see, live to see 91 years old. But yeah, I remember from 227 and everything. So, it's just always memories that stay in your mind, always watching the old episodes and these type of things. And just to keep your mind, just to keep you in the memory of those days. Whenever I watch episodes of these TV shows, it keeps me in remembrance of these days and what happened in these different shows. And so, R.I.P. and like I said, God bless his soul, man. You guys, y'all let me know what y'all think. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Make sure y'all click those links below. Subscribe to the podcast show. You can donate support to the channel, Cash App, PayPal, or buy that weight loss formula. All the links are below. Peace.
Shabaka, did you get your sound together?
Just be nice to her.
That floozy.
Okay, I'll be glad to talk to her.
Oh, no, you won't.
Fear of what? They can only kill me. Everybody dies. But I didn't know what else to say. I'm afraid we got some bad news for you.
Fearless TV veteran Hal Williams, a favorite on sitcoms like 227 and Sanford and Son, has died. He was 91 years old.
Hey, what's going on?
Why do you think Sanford and Son continues to resonate with so many people today?
Because the humor was so real and wasn't artificial, and it was just genuinely funny. One laugh after another all the time.
The actor's final interview happening less than a week ago with a local outlet in his home state of Ohio as he was gearing up for a fan event.
What happened when the camera wasn't filming at that time? I'd have to assume working with Red Fox was a little bit of a treat.
I can't really tell the truth.
There were these classic scenes with you and Officer Hoppy. Officer Hoppy would come in and explain a situation. He would say something like the perpetrators were apprehended at the domicile down the street where malicious activity was taking place. And Fred would look at you and you would say to something like that,
"There's some terrible dudes in the neighborhood, baby."
Yes, well, under these circumstances, we thought it best not to advise them of the circumstances surrounding these circumstances, if you know what I mean.
No, what did you mean? Somebody stole all our hubcaps.
But Hal's longest stretch on TV, that was on the groundbreaking 80s sitcom 227. He played the memorable Lester Jenkins on-screen husband to the Jefferson's icon Marla Gibbs.
Oh, Lester.
You know, Marla's full of energy and she's always coming up with ideas. This is the beginning of an era. Mary, if you're finished, could you come down off your soapbox long enough to fix your family some dinner? I did this project as a play for a year and a half at Marla's Theater. And when she started to put the television idea together, we reasoned that there was an audience out there for this show that wanted to see a positive family image, good things happening to people, and that a crossover audience could identify with. And I think that's the key to our show. We don't consider ourselves a black sitcom. We consider ourselves a sitcom that happens to have black actors. I knew from the outset that we had a real good show and a real good cast. I'm mobbed by people at church when I go to church every Sunday, in stores. Where's the show? Where's the show? And I can go anywhere in any part of town. It's not black people. It's people that like our show.
Hal worked as a postal worker and a corrections officer before moving to Hollywood to pursue acting. He racked up more than 6 dozen on-screen credits across his 7-decade career. His final TV appearance happening just last year, opposite Kathy Bates in the CBS hit Matlock.
Oh, I love that show.
Me too. All those dramatic courtroom showdowns, am I right?
We had a ball.
Hey, Shabaka, say something.
Oh, I'm here, Jesse. Yeah, it's very sad to see a living legend who passed away. But he always be remembered, for sure.
What's up, YouTube? This is Too Raw for TV. Well, I didn't plan on doing this video. I was going to call it a day after the developments in regard to LeBron and the Warriors, but I saw this sad news and hit me like a ton of bricks. One of my favorite character actors. And, it's getting to this time in our lives. Many of us grew up watching television in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. That a lot of these characters, a lot of these actors who portrayed these characters, who were already middle-aged then, they're going to start leaving us. Another one left us today. Veteran actor Hal Williams, who is probably best known for playing Officer Smitty Smith on Sanford and Son, passed away this morning at his home in Rancho Mirage, California, according to his representative. Now, the article, and many articles I'm seeing, are saying he was 91, but that contradicts what most sources show him being born in 1938. He was born in December of 1938, which would mean that he was actually 87. Now, I have seen a few sources say that Hal Williams was born in 1934, which would have made him 91. I'm going to go with 87 because that's generally the birth year that I've seen of him. And if there's a correction made, then we'll do that. But usually I see him being born, I think it was December 14th, 1938. But anyway, as Smitty, Williams was one half of a crime-fighting duo who appeared on 22 episodes of the classic show. His partner, Officer Hoppy Hopkins, played by Howard Platt, would often lead off a scene with an official, stiff police explanation of their investigation. Smitty would then interpret in plain English, or as we would call it, Blackanese, for Fred and Lamont, played by Red Fox and Damon Wilson, respectively. For viewers, watching the duo walk into the scene was akin to seeing Aunt Esther appear. You knew something funny was about to happen. Williams once told an interviewer that the origins of the character's shtick came in rehearsal. So, quote, "We did it in one time in rehearsal and the producers thought it was funny. We did it in the first or second episode and it clicked. Some days we would come to rehearsal and they didn't have anything solid. So producers would say, go out, take a break for 2 hours and bring us something back." He also appeared again as Smitty on 5 episodes of NBC's Sanford in 1980, in which Red Fox returned to the titular role. Williams' career stretched for the better part of 6 decades, and he worked steadily. Though his role on Sanford may be the most recognizable, he had even longer stints on ABC's On the Rocks, 24 episodes, and the full run of the Private Benjamin TV adaptation, on which he played the curmudgeonly Sergeant Ted Ross. Another extended stint came as Rudy Bryan on 20 episodes of The Sinbad Show. From 1985 to 1990, Williams was a key part of 227, on which he played Lester Jenkins. That show was a cultural touchstone. It's the only other black middle-class family series on at that time besides The Cosby Show. The star-studded cast included Helen Martin, Marla Gibbs, Regina King, Jackie Harry, Paul Winfield, and others. Although I do remember Amen being on at the time too. But that wasn't really necessarily a family show per se, focusing on actual family. Throughout his 55-year career, Williams earned guest appearances on TV staples such as The Dick Van Dyke Show, Policewoman, Cannon, That Girl, Gunsmoke, Police Story, Quincy Emmy, Good Times, Knots Landing, The Waltons, The Dukes of Hazzard, Webster, Hill Street Blues, Magnum P.I., Night Court, L.A. Law, Suddenly Susan, Moesha, and Parks and Recreation. Most recently, Hal Williams made 2 special guest appearances on the rebooted Matlock starring Kathy Bates. He recurred as Autry, a local resident whose testimony impacts the firm's cases. On the big screen, Williams appeared opposite George C. Scott in Paul Schrader's Hardcore, alongside Clint Eastwood in The Rookie, with James Earl Jones, Billy D. Williams, and Courtney B. Vance in Percy and Thunder, opposite Ashton Kutcher, Bernie Mac, and Zoe Saldana in Guess Who, and as Denzel Washington's father in Flight. The actor was a longtime board member of the Los Angeles Actors Theater, or LAAT, founded by Ralph Waite. Decades ago, Williams established the Mark K.A. Williams Memorial Scholarship Foundation to provide funds to students of color pursuing college degrees in television and communications. The foundation is named for the actor's late son, Mark, a broadcasting major who died on a camping trip in the Angeles National Forest at 20 years of age. Williams is survived by 2 children, 3 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren. Now that I think about it, I think that with his passing, that leaves just one actor remaining from Sanford and Son, Howard Platt. I believe he's the last one. Earlier this year, of course, we lost Damon Wilson. And last year, we lost the actress that played Donna. So I believe the last surviving, I guess you say major cast member remaining is Howard Platt, Officer Hoppy. I think he's the last one. And man, rest in peace to Hal Williams, man. Gone at the age of 87. Tell what you guys think.
All right, say something, Shabaka. Shabaka. Yeah, we can't hear you, Shabaka. If you're trying to say something. Shows you're unmuted, but we can't hear you if you're saying something. A. Jones in the building. Salute, Sister A. Jones. All right.
Salute, Sister Jones. A. Jones, yeah.
All right, so I got this final interview that he did before he passed.
Come on, man. Let's give her a chance to do her job. She'll probably make a very good meter maid.
Well, what's wrong with the police garage?
Yes, well, under the circumstances, we thought it best not to advise them of the circumstances surrounding these circumstances, if you know what I mean.
No, what did you mean?
Somebody stole all our hubcaps.
Welcome in this gentleman, Hal Williams, also known as Smitty from Sanford and Son. Mr. Williams, it is an honor to have you here. It certainly is.
My pleasure being here. Thank you very much for having me.
From Columbus, Ohio.
Yes, sir.
Why do you think Sanford and Son continues to resonate with so many people today?
Because the humor was so real and wasn't artificial, and it was just generally funny, one laugh after another all the time.
What happened when the camera wasn't filming at that time? I'd have to assume working with Red Fox was a little bit of a treat.
I can't really tell the truth. But Red likes the live audience that he used to generate in Las Vegas.
Oh.
And he didn't like to rehearse through the week. He wanted to wait till the audience came. We did the show twice on one day on every Friday, 5 o'clock and 8. So he would take us all week long when we're trying to rehearse on the dry set and try out his routines from Las Vegas that he did in the lounge, and it was all blue.
Right.
So we got that for free.
Oh my goodness! There were these classic scenes with you and Officer Hoppy. Officer Hoppy would come in and explain a situation. He would say something like, "The perpetrators were apprehended at the domicile down the street where malicious activity was taking place." And Fred would look at you, and you would say to something like that,
"There's some terrible dudes in the neighborhood, baby."
That was classic. Where did that come from? The writers, or where did that routine come from?
A combination of both. We did it one time in rehearsal, and the producers thought it was funny. So the writers started asking us to bring us stuff that was current and so that Hoppy and Swanee before Hoppy would be very official about it, and then I would interpret because Red and Demond didn't know what he was talking about. And we did it once in the first or second episode, and it clicked, and they kept. Some days we would come to rehearsal, they didn't have anything. Fellas, go out and take a break for 2 hours and bring us something back.
Oh my gosh.
That's how we got Hammer Hawks and Black Eyed Rice.
Okay.
That was like Hammer Hawks and Black Eyed Peas. That's how that got created, you know.
It just kind of came together.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes that's where the brilliance of it all really happens.
Exactly. And it was all fun. I mean, we got paid for Las Vegas. It was so much fun with that man working on that set.
Sure.
And he was brilliant.
Tell us about the event this weekend.
Well, you're coming to see this grand opening and all the stuff that we did and the new people are bringing in and everything. They called me up and told me about it, and I said, I don't know what it is, but I'm glad to be involved in it, and I do anything you need me to do to make it an opening success, and that's why I'm here, and that's why Howard's here.
Well, certainly Sanford and Son is a memorable program. You were also on a litany of other programs.
Yes.
I remember you from 227. I loved your character on that show, and it's such a breadth of, you know, on television, you know, all these different shows over the years, and your characters have always resonated with people.
Well, it's 50 years that I've been lucky enough to do what I do, and 11 television series. That's unheard of.
Wow.
That's
really.
amazing.
A lot of people don't know I did some of the other stuff because I was so much younger, and they didn't know. They thought Sanford and Son 227 stuff only did comedy, because I remember at one point my agent was having a hard time getting me for Kung Fu and the Waltons and shows and Gunsmoke and shows like that, because it's we know him, he does comedy.
You're incredibly versatile.
No, we do not do comedy. We are professional actors.
Oh my gosh. Well, Hal Williams, right off.
Right on.
Another routine from the show, ladies and gentlemen. It is such a pleasure. Thank you so much for coming in today.
Thank you for having me, and I'm enjoying every minute.
We have some information.
I welcome you guys back on here. If you are new, consider subscribing, liking, and also share this video. Hal will.
I can't tolerate his voice. He's like definitely a tether or something. He's not black. Like an East Indian. What are your thoughts, Lady Che, on what you heard so far?
How many of them you got?
Just like 2.
You don't even know. It's like 4 right there.
I'm not gonna play all of them because one of them sound like it's AI.
He's a sad state of affairs, but he's 91 or 81. He lived a long life.
Well, there's another young
91 or 87.
He didn't go out in a bad way. So I think that we should just celebrate his life. Like, you know, he's been in a whole bunch of things. Some long-lasting, recurring roles. I watched him in Latest in Matlock, and he was pretty good there.
Yeah.
Oh, Matlock is that's right. Get him, Bell. You don't be listening. What was I gonna say? Other than that, when I seen him in Matlock, he looked younger and refreshed, and his acting was good. He was in the first season.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was a tether to just now. Okay. So I got this one.
life snatched from the evil clutches of crime, Smitty.
Good job, Batman.
Peter. Love you, boy.
There's a particular kind of actor who never chases the spotlight, who instead builds something quieter, more durable, and ultimately more meaningful than fame. An actor who shows up, does the work with complete honesty, earns the trust of the audience one episode at a time, and looks back decades later at a career that has, almost without him fully noticing, become a genuine legacy. Hal Williams was that kind of actor, and the television world is poor for his passing. Hal Williams, beloved by generations of American audiences for his roles on Sanford and Son and the NBC sitcom 227, has died at the age of 91. He passed away from natural causes on Wednesday morning at his home in Rancho Mirage, California. His manager confirmed that he had experienced some health issues in recent months, but that his death came peacefully at home, at the end of a life lived with extraordinary richness and purpose. He was 91 years old. He had worked as a correctional officer, a child welfare professional, a postal worker, and a community theater performer before he ever set foot on a professional television set. And when he finally did arriving in Hollywood at the age of 33, after a divorce that prompted him to ask himself, with rare and clarifying honesty, what he really wanted to do before the end came, he never looked back. Halroy Candace Williams was born on the 14th of December, 1934, in Columbus, Ohio. His early life bore no obvious markers of the career that was to follow. He worked in juvenile corrections and child family services, demanding unglamorous work that required a specific kind of patience and human understanding before arriving at the decision that would redefine his existence. He sat down after his divorce, he later recalled, and asked himself a simple question. What did he really want to try before the maker came and got him? The answer was acting. He had done some community theater. He felt the pull of it. And so, with the directness that characterized everything he subsequently did, he packed up and drove to California in 48 hours. He auditioned for roles while working overnight shifts at the LAX post office and at the California Youth Authority. He landed small parts on Dan August, That Girl, and Cannon. He kept his day job because he had children in school and financial reality demanded it. And he kept showing up, kept auditioning, kept building with a patience and groundedness that the entertainment industry, which rewards neither quality particularly generously, does not always get to witness. His big break arrived in 1972 when he was cast as Officer Smith, known to everyone as Smitty, on Sanford and Son. The show, starring the irreplaceable Red Fox and Demon Wilson as Watts junk dealers, was one of the defining comedies of its era, a series that brought Black American working class life to primetime television with a warmth and specificity that had rarely been seen before. Smitty began walking his beat alongside Officer Swanee before being partnered with the magnificently square Officer Hoppy Hopkins, played by Howard Platt, and it was in this pairing that some of the show's most genuinely inventive comedy was born. Williams spoke about it with characteristic affection and precision in later interviews. The writers would tell them where they fit in the episode and then send them away to come up with their own slang. What emerged from those sessions, phrases like hammerhawks for ham hocks, black-eyed rice for black-eyed peas, right off for right on, became a beloved running joke built on Hoppy's desperate, endearing, and perpetually unsuccessful attempts to absorb Black culture and language. Williams gave full credit to his co-star. Howard, he said simply, was brilliant about corrupting the slang. It is the kind of generous, precise observation that comes from a performer who pays close attention and gives credit freely. What makes the Sanford and Son chapter of his story particularly remarkable is what was happening behind the scenes during those years. While filming the show during the day, Williams was still working his overnight shift at the LAX post office. He maintained this extraordinary double-life television actor by day, postal worker by night until his children went to college, and he felt financially secure enough to commit fully to the career he had always wanted. It is a detail that says something profound about the man, about his priorities, about the kind of father he was determined to be. After leaving Sanford and Son in 1975 to join the short-lived prison comedy On the Rocks, a show that was canceled, in one of television history's more unusual footnotes, because viewers wrote to the network complaining that it made prison look like too much fun, he returned to the role of Smitty in 1976 and reprised it again in the 1980-81 sequel Sanford. But it was his next major chapter that would cement his place in the hearts of a generation of television viewers. His friendship and working relationship with Marla Gibbs, they had first appeared together on a 1977 episode of The Jeffersons, led to him joining her on stage in 227, a play created by Christine Houston. The stage version, he recalled with a wry honesty that was very much his own, was much darker than what eventually reached television screens. He was playing a philandering sleaze having an affair with the woman upstairs. Then NBC President Brandon Tartikoff and producer Norman Lear came to see the production, recognized its potential as a sitcom, and began the process of transformation, a process that involved, among other significant changes, the initial proposal that Lester be killed off entirely. Gibbs refused, and the world of American sitcoms is considerably richer for that refusal. On the television version of 227, Williams played Lester Jenkins, husband to Gibbs Mary, father to their studious daughter Brenda, played by the young Regina King, owner of his own construction company, steady presence in a building full of warmth and commotion, and the beautiful chaos of community life. The show ran for 5 seasons from 1985 to 1990, and Lester became one of the most quietly important figures Williams ever brought to life, not because he was the loudest character in the room, but because of what he represented. His 227 co-star Jackie Harry captured it precisely in her tribute following his death. She wrote that Williams was a stand-up guy who believed black fathers on television should be loving, present, and compassionate. He helped show America, she said, what that looked like. It is a legacy that deserves to be stated plainly and held firmly. In an era when black fathers on American television were too often absent, marginalized, or played purely for comic effect, Hal Williams brought to the screen something different, a man who was there, who stayed, who built a business and came home and loved his family. The consistency and dignity of that portrayal, week after week across 5 seasons, mattered in ways that extended well beyond the entertainment it also provided. In between and around his major television commitments, Williams worked with a consistency that is itself a testament to the regard in which the industry held him. His credits form a map of American television across 5 decades: Harry O, Good Times, Hill Street Blues, Magnum P1, Night Court, LA Law, Roots, The Next Generation, Suddenly Susan, Parks and Recreation, A Black Lady Sketch Show, and Mr. Mayor among them. On film, he appeared in Private Benjamin in 1980, bringing humanity and quiet authority to the role of Goldie Hawn's drill sergeant, then reprised the role for 3 seasons of the subsequent CBS adaptation. He appeared in Hardcore, The Rookie, and Guess Who. He played Sinbad's father on The Sinbad Show. He appeared on The Waltons as a man wrongly imprisoned for a killing carried out in self-defense, who eventually receives a presidential pardon from Franklin Roosevelt. The range is remarkable. The consistency is more so. A working actor across more than 5 decades, in hit after hit, not always in the leading role, not always with his name above the title, but always entirely present in the work. He was married and divorced twice. He is survived by his 3 children, the same children for whom he held on to his postal shifts through the Sanford and Son years, the same children whose departure for college finally freed him to commit completely to the career that had always been waiting for him. He described himself in a 1987 interview as a straight man for a long time. Doesn't bother me, he said, because all I ever aspired to be was a working actor. And then, with the understated precision of a man who had earned every word he spoke, he added, I've been very lucky. Most of the shows I've been in have been hits. Hal Williams was 91 years old. He drove to California in 48 hours on a dream and a question he had asked himself honestly. He worked his overnight shifts and raised his children and built his career with patience and without complaint. He showed America what a loving, present, compassionate black father looked like, week after week for 5 seasons on a network sitcom. He worked steadily and with full commitment for more than 50 years in an industry that does not guarantee anyone anything. He was not chasing the spotlight. He was doing the work. And in the end, that is everything.
The entertainment world has lost another beloved television legend. Hal Williams, the talented actor whose unforgettable performances brought warmth, humor, and dignity to generations of viewers, has passed away. Best known for his memorable roles as Officer Smitty Smith on Sanford and Son, Lester Jenkins on 227, and Harley Foster on The Waltons, Williams enjoyed a career that spanned more than 5 decades. His calm presence and remarkable versatility made him one of television's most respected character actors.
You're giving me a ticket for an inch and a half in the red zone?
Another beloved face from television's golden era has taken his final bow, but the story behind his incredible journey is even more inspiring than many fans realize. Hal Williams, the veteran actor loved for his unforgettable roles in Sanford and Son, The Waltons, and 227, passed away peacefully at his home in Rancho Mirage, California on July 15, 2026, at the age of 91. His representative confirmed the heartbreaking news, but no official cause of death has been released. For more than 5 decades, Williams made audiences laugh.
Say something, Shabaka. Shabaka. Shabaka, we can't hear you. I want to get Shabaka on the phone or something because we can't hear him. All right, well, R.I.P. to Brother Hal Williams. Anybody else want to say anything? We got Michael back.
I'm all the way across the room now. So, I'm not gonna be able to be here the whole time.
Okay. Michael.
Jesse, how you doing?
Good, Michael.
Sorry for the connection. Yeah, you know, the actor, the icon, man. We're gonna miss him very much.
Yeah.
And definitely the next generation is gonna have to carry the torch.
Big time, yeah.
Yeah, just want to let you know, at 1 p.m. I have a client I have to work with, so I'm gonna probably not stay too long, probably until like 12:30, 1:45. Just want to let you know, Jesse.
Okay, thanks for the heads up, Michael.
Yeah, sorry for the connection issue. When I was trying to connect you guys, I was actually driving on the way to work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember him. Yeah, I remember him. He's just on 227 with Regina King.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How do you think the cast is going to the cast from 227 is going to remember him? I know he was like a father to Regina King on that show.
Yeah, that's how they're gonna remember.
Yeah.
You got all kinds of background noise. Oh
Yeah, I'm at a restaurant. Sorry, I'll put mute.
Okay.
Smile and feel at home through characters that became part of television history. Today, we celebrate not only the actor the world admired, but also the remarkable man behind the screen, early life. Long before Hollywood recognized his talent, Hal Williams lived a life that looked nothing like a movie star's. His path to success proves that it's never too late to chase a dream. Halroy Candace Williams was born on December 14th, 1934, in Columbus, Ohio. Raised with strong values of hard work and determination, he learned early that success comes through patience and persistence. Unlike many actors who started performing as children, Williams worked ordinary jobs before finding his true calling. He served as a postal worker and later as a corrections officer, building a reputation as a dependable and disciplined worker. During the early 1960s, he discovered his love for acting while performing in community theater productions across Ohio. The stage quickly became more than a hobby, it became his dream. Believing he had more to offer, Williams made the life-changing decision to move to Hollywood in 1968. It was a bold gamble, but one that would soon transform his life forever. Career. What happened after arriving in Hollywood changed Hal Williams' life forever. The man who once worked behind prison walls soon became one of television's most recognizable faces. Williams began acting full-time in the early 1970s, earning guest roles in several popular television series. One of his earliest memorable appearances came in Kung Fu, where his performance impressed producers enough to bring him back for another episode. His big breakthrough arrived with the hit sitcom Sanford and Son. As police officer Smitty Smith, Williams became a familiar and beloved presence, earning fans with his calm personality and perfect comedic timing. He later joined the cast of The Waltons as Harley Foster, showing audiences that he could shine in heartfelt drama just as easily as comedy. Another career milestone came in 1985, when he starred alongside Marla Gibbs in NBC's 227. Playing Lester Jenkins, he portrayed one of television's most memorable husbands. Their chemistry was so convincing that many viewers mistakenly believed the pair were married in real life. Williams also enjoyed a successful film career, appearing in Hardcore, Private Benjamin, The Rookie, Guess Who, and Flight. No matter the size of the role, he always delivered performances filled with warmth, honesty, and authenticity. Even in his late 80s, his passion for acting never faded. He returned to television with guest appearances in Matlock during 2024 and 2025, proving that true talent never grows old. By the time his extraordinary career came to an end, Hal Williams had earned the respect of colleagues, the admiration of audiences, and a permanent place in television history. Personal life. While millions knew Hal Williams as a familiar face on television, few knew the quiet, humble man behind the camera. His greatest priorities were never fame or fortune. They were family, integrity, and giving back. Throughout his long career, Hal Williams earned a reputation as one of Hollywood's kindest and most professional actors. Co-stars admired his calm personality, strong work ethic, and willingness to help younger performers. Unlike many celebrities, he rarely sought the spotlight away from his acting and preferred to keep his private life out of public view. Before becoming an actor, his years as a postal worker and corrections officer taught him discipline and perseverance. Those values stayed with him throughout his career, keeping him grounded even after becoming a familiar television star. Away from the cameras, Williams enjoyed a peaceful life and carefully balanced his successful career with his responsibilities as a father. Family life. Although Hal Williams played many memorable fathers and husbands on television, his real family life included both joyful moments and heartbreaking tragedy. Williams was married twice during his lifetime. His first wife was Gay Anderson, whom he married in 1975. The marriage ended in divorce the following year. He later married Renee W. Himes in 1978. Their relationship lasted several years before ending in divorce in 1984. Many fans believed he and Marla Gibbs were married because of their unforgettable chemistry on 227. In reality, they were simply close friends and respected co-stars. Hal Williams was the father of 3 children. The greatest tragedy of his personal life came in October 1977, when his 20-year-old son, Mark K.A. Williams, died from exposure during a camping trip in California's Angeles National Forest. Mark had been studying broadcasting in college and dreamed of a career in communications. Determined to honor his son's memory, Williams created the Mark K.A. Williams Memorial Scholarship Foundation, which helps minority students pursue college degrees in television and communications. His 2 other children have remained out of the public eye, reflecting Williams' lifelong commitment to protecting his family's privacy. At the time of his passing, he was survived by his 2 living children, 3 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren. Net worth. After more than 50 years in television and film, Hal Williams built a career based on consistency rather than celebrity headlines. His work in classic sitcoms, dramatic television series, and Hollywood films provided him with a comfortable and successful career spanning several generations. Even decades after their original broadcasts, many of his shows continued reaching new audiences through reruns and streaming services. At the time of his passing in 2026, Hal Williams' estimated net worth was believed to be between $2 million and $4 million. Yet those who knew him often said his greatest wealth wasn't measured in money. It was reflected in the respect he earned from colleagues, the love of his family, and the countless viewers whose lives he brightened through unforgettable performances. Cause of death. As tributes poured in from fans around the world, one question remained. What caused the passing of the beloved television star? Hal Williams passed away peacefully at his home in Rancho Mirage, California, on July 15, 2026, at the age of 91. His representative confirmed the news of his passing. However, no official cause of death has been released. The family has not disclosed whether he had been battling any illness, and no further medical details have been made public. Out of respect for Hal Williams and his loved ones, it is important to rely only on confirmed information rather than online speculation. Although his passing marks the end of an extraordinary life, fans have chosen to remember the laughter, warmth, and comfort he brought to television for more than 5 decades. Legacy and impact. Very few actors can say they became part of multiple television classics. Hal Williams accomplished exactly that. From Officer Smitty Smith in Sanford and Son to Harley Foster in The Waltons, and Lester Jenkins in 227, Williams created characters that audiences still cherish
All right,
decades
Jess,
later.
I'll catch you later.
He built a career not through flashy headlines, but through dedication, professionalism, and remarkable consistency. Directors trusted him, fellow actors respected him, and viewers welcomed him into their homes year after year. His legacy extends beyond acting. Through the Mark K.A. Williams Memorial Scholarship Foundation, created in memory of his son Mark, he opened doors for minority students pursuing careers in television and communications. That commitment to helping others ensures his influence will continue long after the final credits rolled. Even in his later years, Williams never lost his love for performing, returning to television with appearances on Matlock. His career proved that passion, humility, and perseverance can leave a lasting mark on the entertainment industry. Emotional tribute. Although Hal Williams is no longer with us, the characters he brought to life will continue making audiences smile for generations. He showed the world that true success isn't measured by awards or headlines, but by the lives we touch along the way. His kindness, quiet professionalism, and unforgettable performances made him one of television's most respected character actors. Our heartfelt condolences go to his children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, friends, former co-stars, and millions of fans mourning this tremendous loss. Rest in peace, Hal Williams. Your remarkable journey may have ended, but your laughter, compassion, and timeless performances will live on forever. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this tribute, please like this.
Like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. It's Shabaka's Black Expression Hands. All right, Shabaka, did you get your sound together? Shabaka? Your mic isn't. Lady Che, closing thoughts. All right, we'll move on to the next topic, and that is Michael.
I sent you a text message. My cousin tells us, yeah, like what I said earlier. You know, he was good. He had a lot of accomplishments, passed on, nothing, you know, funny about it. So, rest in power.
Yeah.
I sent you a text message, like horrible.
Mm-hmm. That's what here. Okay.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Before we begin this morning's briefing, I should give mention to our brother Tarian Rain because he's the one who I first heard this from. And I'll tell you right now, there's only a select few people who I actually watch or follow with any regularity, and he's one of them. So if you're not following,
I'm all the way back here. I'm not, you can barely hear me.
Okay, Lady Che. What are you writing? Shouldn't I continue the show, or should I continue the show?
Let's continue the show. I'm just saying, I'm all the way back here with the mouse, and you saw how long it took me to get the mouse to work, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
following him, you should be. The Michael biopic has made $1 billion at the box office, actually a little bit over that, which now surpasses Bohemian Rhapsody by $100 million. They clearly see that they got a horse built to run over there at Lionsgate, and it's been overseas money that's been helping to give this movie legs in the long term. Because while Americans are silly enough to go along with every rumor and lie from the white media, the rest of the world had more discernment than that, or rather more common sense. Michael has also become the first biopic to surpass $1 billion at the box office. This is especially relevant because the clowns over on the white right tried to put out some pathetic flick about George Washington, and the white media gushed and guffawed over that garbage. This is the resurgent white racist belligerence that you're seeing put on full display. They didn't bring up that flick as basically a work of total fiction, which it was. Young George Washington. Yeah, they're trying to basically find a way to excise and cut around all of the slave owning and the genocide. But it's cheap, hackneyed, and outside of the white evangelical and political right, it's got no real audience. I saw that movie's only up to about $34 million and dying fast. That's not a film, that's a finesse. But the white right has plenty of state mental health and disability money to give away, so I guess it was all worth it. But the same trash that are silent about this George Washington flick are the exact same garbage who were complaining that the factual and historically accurate portrayal of Dr. King was basically what they called a hagiography. Well, they predictably had no problem with the sanitized, whitewashed, curated, sloppy oral sex job to a murderous slave owner. So if you're white, you can just make up a character that never existed. On the other hand, if you're black, then they're obligated to dignify every lie, smear, and falsehood told about you. And this is what happens when white power loses control. The success of the Michael movie. We saw it with Dr. King, and now we're seeing it again. And you better believe the white media doesn't like that. But the problem is they see that the masses have turned their backs on all of the propaganda and all of the lies. And as I've long told you, when you've actually defeated white supremacy in an argument, don't expect the scumbags to come up with the admission. They're not going to say that they were wrong. They're not going to congratulate you for your success either. And they're not going to say, well, you know what? Maybe we need to change some of this garbage that we're saying. No, that's not what they're going to do. Instead, they're going to fall silent, which is exactly what's happened here yet again. The white media saw how Michael's debut took off like a rocket ship and that it had serious hold weekend after weekend. And when they saw that, man, they couldn't change those headlines fast enough. Let's move on to something else. Well, you don't have anything that's making the kind of money Michael is. Well, change the headlines anyway. We're interested in the future, not the past. Yeah, now they are. Not only is this movie the highest grossing biopic of all time, it's also Lionsgate's highest grossing movie. And it's only one of 2 movies this entire year that has actually made it to $1 billion. Here we are in July, the year more than half over, and Michael is only one of 2 movies to have crossed the $1 billion mark this year. So what that means is there ain't a whole lot of movies that are setting the box office on fire this summer, but Michael happens to be one of them. The king of pop has surpassed, well, Queen, and no amount of mudslinging or preemptive slime throwing by the white media was able to dampen the enthusiasm for it, because that's what they really wanted. As I said in my previous video about this, they wanted to make this movie into a hit piece against Michael. That's actually what the studio tried to do, truth be told. But Michael's shrewd lawyering during those fraudulent nuisance suits prevented them from being able to do that. So they had to play it straight. But even so, there is talk about making a sequel, so don't be surprised if and when they try to slip some of that mess into that one. You've been warned. This isn't really about green to them, it's about black and white. But this whole thing is about more than just a movie as far as the audiences are concerned. It's also a test of the white media's ability to conjure magic, to see if people will treat their lies as if they were real. But in this case, people haven't. And if the white media has lost its ability to preemptively destroy support for a man they spent over a decade and a half lying about and demonizing, they're also wondering about other black people who they've smeared, like Bill Cosby and others. This is about their grip on the public mind. And the massive profits of Michael shows that the public did hear their lies, but ignored them. When it comes to black people, they always want to put an asterisk beside our names. The white media wants to ensure that when it comes to a black person who's achieved, a black person who's excelled, well, they got to find some lie or another, or they got to pay somebody to put a lie out there. Then they just repeat it endlessly. And they see if people remember the lie more than the truth. Well, Michael has proven to them that people will remember the lie, but they just won't care. And the white media cannot exist as some sort of objective entity. It was created specifically to be a mouthpiece for white power. And that being the case, not only must the white media lie, but it must also be persuasive. That's where the carpet bombing of lies to the public comes in. If they just repeat a lie long enough, it'll take hold, or at least that's what they thought. But that's not the only movie madness that's been going on. There's also a movie called Children of Blood and Bone that apparently is in development at some studio. It's based on a fantasy novel by a Nigerian-American woman. By the way, on a side note, I just got to say, this woman's success and the opportunities that she's had, she could never have had that in Nigeria or even in Britain, where most Nigerians who Joppa flee to. Not trying to be messy, just stating a fact. Apparently, this Nigerian-American writer is upset because Amandla Stenberg, a light-skinned biracial woman, was cast to play the African female hero of the novel who's described as dark-skinned. This woman is upset at Amandla Stenberg for this. Amanda Stenberg doesn't have the ability to cast herself in anything. The studio does that. But apparently she was so outraged that she went on social media and posted a message personally telling Stenberg, "Do not ever use my name in an interview or video again. Do not text me. Do not call me." Well, that's a heck of a way to get some positive buzz for your upcoming movie, isn't it? Now, this Nigerian-American author of Blood and Bone, she's blaming Amanda Stenberg for stealing roles from dark-skinned women. I guess she doesn't blame the white movie studio who cast her in the first place. For the record, it's Paramount, which is owned by the white bigots, the Ellisons. And she also doesn't blame the biracial director of this upcoming movie, a woman named Gina Prince Bythewood, who also was the director of the disgraceful The Woman King movie. Remember that one? Well, at least Paramount found the right tool for the job. But this Nigerian-American author who was so irate with Amanda Stenberg didn't have any sort of harsh words for Bythewood, who as the director would have had as much, if not everything, to do with the casting of the movie. As usual, these Africans are showing that they refuse to take on white power, not even here in the US, because there's clearly a timidity and a frightened quality in the character that makes it where they'll fight other black people, but they're not about to take on white power. They'll talk trash about black people, but they're not about to sit there and talk reckless about these white people who they're expecting to get crumbs from. There's just too many folks who are suicidally addicted to seeking a comfortable place under white power. And whenever you do that, white power starts kicking you. But instead of protesting the white powers that be, instead it's a matter of let me find a safe target to go after. And I say this is somebody who has absolutely no concern about who's cast in this movie or the individuals involved. But I do care whenever it comes time for black folks to actually take a stand on something, and they show that instead of taking on the source of their actual aggravation, it's like, let me find some other black person that I can go after because I don't want to offend the white powers that be. Now, I don't know if this woman thinks that her novel and the movie that's going to be based on are going to become the next Black Panther, but let's get one thing straight. Obviously, this Nigerian-American woman who's doing a story that apparently takes place in some fantasy African kingdom, she's betting that basically the same audience that showed up for Black Panther is going to show up for her. And why not? Remember, the bulk of Black Panther's profits came from American audiences. That means that it was a foundational Black American audience that served as the actual engine for all of that profit. This woman is obviously thinking to herself, that's what's going to happen here. Why didn't she make her movie over in, I don't know, Africa? After all, Nollywood is supposed to be a rising film power in the world, right? Yeah, everybody loves to talk about how basically everything's going great over there and how they got all of this creativity and they got all of this development going. And yet when it actually comes time to get things done, they come to us, the very people who they insult and malign. And I'm not saying that this woman has. I don't know her from a can of paint. But I think we're all honest enough to admit that both the novel and the movie that it's based on are going to be depending on a largely Black audience to form the core audience for it, the base for it, the financial core of it. That's what they're going to be betting on so that they can go ahead and build from there. Well, we will see. But I'll tell you right now, if the success of The Woman King is any indication, she might want to go ahead and get started on the first chapter of her next book. But I want for all of this to serve as a lesson to you, family. The success of Michael and the fact that the white media got whipped into silence, it just proves. This is the reason that I'm far less interested in what the enemy is doing and far more interested in what we're doing. Because it's a given that the enemy is going to attack, but it's how we respond that's going to make the difference. And when we respond appropriately, we win. What the white media does is to control the public mind. That's the only reason they exist, period. And if they can't do that, then they've failed. If the public rejects them on one level, then potentially it could reject them on all levels. If the white media's carpet bombing the public with propaganda doesn't work, then they don't have a plan B. They absolutely saturated the public with lies about Michael Jackson. And now that he's dead, it should have been easy to defame that movie the moment that it was announced. They wanted to put out a hyper-aggressive defamation campaign against the movie in order to stigmatize it. And by extension, they hoped to discourage people who wanted to plan to see it. After all, oh, you're going to be seeing a movie about Michael Jackson. Don't you know the rumors about him? Instead, that same public has completely ignored the white media, not just in the US, but around the world. So even from beyond the grave, a man who they demonized and lied about and attacked has proven that he has far more influence than they do. And what does that tell you about the power of the white media? They only have as much power as people give them. Michael certainly understood that principle, that it was far more important what he did as opposed to what the white media was saying. And in the end, even from beyond the grave, he's proven that Invincible wasn't just the name of an album. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Charles Hairston, Corey Prelude, Regina Nixon, Atu Hammond, and Mark Collins. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, congrats to Michael. Shabaka, did you get your sound together? Shabaka.
The white tea supreme.
Oh, Shabaka's sound is messing up. Shabaka, go out and come back in. You're going to have to do your microphone check when you come into the Streamyard because we still can't hear you. All right, Lady Shay, what are your thoughts?
About this?
Yes.
I really don't have any thoughts. People already know what it is with these tether actors and fucking Conda, and this movie and whatever else. You know, it's the same shit. So I don't know, like, I don't know what to think. I don't even know why is if you don't want tethers in the movie, don't put tethers in the movie.
Nobody said anything about tethers in the movie.
For what?
Nobody said anything about tethers in the movie.
What is it?
Getting that from? We're talking about the Michael movie getting $1 billion, hitting past $1 billion at the box office.
Yeah, well, that's good and everything. So but why bring up the other shit then?
I didn't bring up the other shit. You brought
How's
it
that
up.
one by truth then?
Well, I don't know. You got to ask him.
Okay, well, that's good. Congratulations, Michael. He made $1 billion. He made $1 billion at the box office. I don't know what he's talking about. Like, is that not a good thing or it was a good thing?
It was a good thing. Shabaka, can you hear us now?
I don't understand. Like, if it's a good thing, why bring up other things? And I don't get it. So, I don't understand. Like, anyway, so yeah. Congratulations. We already knew you brought that in. That was like earlier in the week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so everyone touched on that. That was like early in the week.
Yes, Lady Che, but we didn't talk about it on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
Did we really need to talk about it though?
Yes, we really needed to talk about it. It's a good thing. We need
But
to
why
talk.
do we really need to talk about it? Because that came with other shit that I got questions about. Now I gotta listen to the whole fucking thing again.
Okay, Shabaka, we still can't hear you.
Shabaka's not gonna get his thing right. I have to let it go.
We're just gonna be Tronterian this morning, huh?
Just let it go because it's topics.
Jesus.
I'm
Well,
not tapping out. Like I'm not even listening really because what was the point of that last fucking topic?
then go back on mute, then, ladies.
What was the point of that last topic?
The point was the movie exceeded all expectations. All the haters are quiet now. They have nothing to say.
Well,
because
that's what Michael Jackson stuff does anyway.
that was the point, Lady J.
Yeah, but you realize that's what his music and stuff does anyway.
Lady J.
Jesse.
Talking about the movie.
No, but that's all his music. Everything does that. It oversells.
Okay.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so what's so different about this?
Even in his afterlife, he's breaking
records. That's what is even more valuable. I think that's it's like the rules. It's like the hidden things said and not said. You know that even in death, you're more valuable.
Yes, Lady Che.
Okay, so what's the point of this?
Why can't you be happy about this, Lady Che?
I would be happier if we were on a topic that actually was brand new and didn't be touched by everybody that got it on. And it actually was over with at a real time. I would be really happy if some things were just simple, like speak. You know what I mean? But no, nothing can be simple. Everything can be manhandled by everybody in the mother, including us. So yeah, no, I don't know.
No, you don't know. All right.
I'm not saying that like as a just sarcastic. Of course, I know. I have all the answers. Of course, I know. But what I'm saying is, why did we have to go over that? And why was the extra stuff already put in it?
Again, Lady Che, you gotta ask Professor Black Truth.
Well, why did you play it?
I was sharing them because it's news.
It's not news. That's been over with. It happened like earlier in the week.
It's still news, Lady Che.
It's not news.
Yes, it is.
Technically, it's old news.
Lord, I don't know why she's being difficult this morning. Well, I know why. So I'm not going to act like I don't know why. But Jesus, Lady Che, why? Why are you here if you're just going to have an attitude?
Why are you going out for 4 hours? It's only supposed to be a 2-hour show.
Because I was trying to get Shabaka caught up on the shit he missed.
Shabaka can't get caught up because his microphone's messed up. And he knows how to watch the playbacks.
Now, family, you know what I want to talk about? You know, they had this big hearing today. Was it a hearing? Was it like a Senate session? They were talking about the Save America Act. Did y'all see that? There was a big discussion about the Save Act. All right. There was a big old congressional hubbubaloo about the Save Act. Now, what's the Save Act, ladies and gentlemen? What is the Save Act? The Save Act, basically, it's something that the Trump administration introduced, and it's a proposed federal law that would mandate a lot of strict new requirements for voting in federal elections. So the core provisions would require proof of citizenship in order for you to vote. You would need to provide documentary proof of U.S. citizenship, like a passport, a birth certificate, when you register to vote. So if you've already registered, I think you're going to be good to go. But for new registration, for new people who's going to register, you would have to have this. Okay? Now, like if you have a passport, you're good to go. All right? So the Democrats are like, no. Can't have that because that's going to be too troublesome. Let me read you something from the National Urban League, because the Congressional Black Caucus, the Democrats, all of them are hell-bent on this thing and really opposing it. And they're trying to frame it as this is an attack on the Black community. See, they're trying to galvanize us. All right. They're trying to galvanize us to oppose this thing by making it seem like it's a deliberate attack on us. Let me show you what the Urban League wrote. This came out with the Urban League. And the Congressional Black Caucus, all of them clicked in. So this was on the Urban League website. It says, the Save America Act is a throwback to Jim Crow voter suppression. All right. Side note, a lot of the Democrats are using this Jim Crow stuff. Oh, we're going to be picking cotton now. Ooh, Lord. oh, this SAVE Act is going to have us picking cotton. But let me read the actual article. It says, the SAVE Act, this is a quote, is not an election security bill. It's a voter suppression bill, full stop. The Congressional Black Caucus will not sit back while extremists continue to strip away access to the ballot box for our communities. We are calling on every senator to reject this assault on our democracy and stand up for the integrity of our elections. That's the Congressional Black Caucus who said that. So the National Urban League, the article goes on to say, analysis after analysis show that the Trump administration's voter suppression legislation will keep millions of Americans from voting, but pointing out that the bill will disenfranchise huge swaths of the electorate will not deter its proponents because mass disenfranchisement is the goal. The president has repeatedly acknowledged that broad participation in elections would disadvantage his party. Senator Mike Lee of Utah even circulated polling showing his party is posed to lose its Senate majority, arguing the bill could turn this around. Earlier this month, the president privately assured allies that the bill would guarantee victories not only this year, but for every election for a long time. He's so committed to restricting the electorate, especially Black Americans, that he scuttled a bipartisan deal to stabilize the nation's airports, holding TSA funding hostage to force passage of the bill. If enacted, the bill now before the Senate would prevent more eligible citizens from registering to vote than any legislation in American history. Its impact will fall hardest, as always, on Black Americans. At the core of this bill is the myth of widespread voter fraud, a myth built on racist tropes that have endured since Reconstruction. Y'all see what they're doing with this? Y'all see what they're doing. What's up, Brooklyn? Let me continue to read. It says, after the Civil War, white supremacists claimed newly enfranchised Black citizens were inherently suspect voters, unfit, illegitimate, or easily bribed or manipulated. These lies justified poll tax, literacy tests, and arbitrary character assessments for generations. Today's fear-mongering about illegal voting is simply the modern version of those same racist narratives. Okay. I could go on, but y'all get where the whole article does this. It just goes on about how this is a problem for Black people. Oh, this is a problem. This is a problem for Black people. Oh, Black people are going to be suffering. The bill's financial burdens, documentation requirements, and bureaucratic traps are nothing less than a 21st century resurrection of the poll taxes and literacy tests that defined Jim Crow. It mirrors the Plessy versus Ferguson, create barriers that disproportionately harm Black citizens, and insist that the rules are neutral. America has seen this strategy before. We know who it targets. We know that it's meant to prevent and what it's meant to prevent. And we know that the myth of voter fraud rooted in racist lies about Black political participation has always been a tool to silence Black voters. Okay. Family, this is cap. All right? This is cap. Okay, this is the reality, family. All right? The National Urban League, they're playing that same Democrat game that they've always played. They use the Black struggle as a shield for undocumented immigrants, because this is what this shit is about, really. All right? The SAVE Act is really to stop them from bringing all these damn undocumented immigrants to put them on voter rolls. That's what this is really about. Don't let them fool you with all that, oh, we're going to go back to Jim Crow, oh, the Reconstruction. They always try to siphon off of our history and implement it for all these other groups. Now, notice they didn't mention these immigrants in this article at all, because that's what this is really for. When people are talking about voter fraud and all that and people voting who are not supposed to vote, they're not talking about us. They're not talking about us. You're talking about these damn people. It's 15 of them in a house, undocumented, but they're mailing in some damn ballots. Shit like that. That's what they're talking about. Genuine voter damn fraud. I saw some article today where one of these independent journalists, they were somewhere. They went to some house. It was like 100 and something people registered at one house. It was like 100 and some people that listed this one house as their residence. Some illegal immigrants. And I think they were sending in some voting ballots or whatever. So this is the problem. So when they say the SAVE Act strips away access for our communities, see, they're trying to blur the lines. Foundational Black Americans, we are not struggling to prove our damn citizenship. This bill targets people who cannot prove that they belong here. The Congressional Black Caucus and the Urban League, they're trying to convince Black people that a bill designed to stop non-citizens from voting is somehow an attack on us. That's bull crap. I love TikTok Shop. They're trying to co-opt our history of disenfranchisement to protect a brand new imported voting bloc that the Democrats are trying to fast track to the damn polls. We ain't going for that. And what did they give me? They just hit me. Okay, I just got a flag. They say flag me for civic and election integrity. Ain't this a bitch? They just flagged me like I ain't telling the damn truth. They just flagged me on here. I should have done this shit on Twitter. They just sent me a damn, don't say that now. TikTok. They just sent me a damn warning because I'm telling the truth. Ain't this a bitch? Dude, man, dude, I literally want to stop and just go to Twitter because TikTok be on the bullshit, boy. They want you twerking and bullshitting over here on TikTok. When you start telling the truth, wait, hold on now. You going a little bit too far now. Oh, you is going a little bit too far. The hell? I didn't say nothing incorrect. I didn't say nothing incorrect. Listen, they claim that 21 million Americans lack easy access to documents and that Black people face bureaucratic and financial hurdles to get a birth certificate. That's soft bigotry. That low expectation that the donkey party, I'm going to just use a lot of code words on this goofy fucking app. I love TikTok Shop, though. The Foundational Black Americans, we navigate complex bureaucracies every single day. We get housing, we open bank accounts, we apply for jobs, we get driver's licenses. All of these things require identification. So for them to suggest that getting a certified birth certificate is modern day Jim Crow, that's insulting to our intelligence. You understand? See, the real reason for the panic is leverage. You understand? See, the Dems, the donkey party, they're panicking right now because not because of no suppression. They understand if you clean up the voter rolls and if you restrict voting exclusively to verified citizens, which you should do, the margins are going to shrink dramatically. The donkey party, they're terrified because if they lose the buffer of these questionable non-citizen registrations, they're going to have to start negotiating with us in real good faith in order to win elections. Now they're going to have to sit down to the table with Foundational Black Americans and talk turkey. You're not going to rely on this cobbled together coalition that you're flooding over here. You know what I'm saying? So now they want to try to rely on scare tactics to get our vote for free. You see, if that SAVE Act passes, they lose their leverage. You understand? It's heavy. I got to watch what I say here. See, that article that I read from the Urban League, they were talking about Reconstruction, poll taxes, Plessy versus Ferguson. That's historic gaslighting. See, they're trying to draw a direct line between the white supremacists and in 1890 and stopping black people from voting then, and a new bill today requiring a passport or birth certificates to register. That's completely different. The context is different. Jim Crow was designed to stop native-born black citizens from exercising power. The SAVE Act is to ensure that some musty Uber driver who got over here on a goddamn inner tube living in an apartment with 200 niggas won't sit up here and mail in some damn fraudulent ass voter registration. You know what I'm saying? Totally different. Totally different. It's not the same thing. Yeah? See, they're trying to wrap a modern administrative debate into the wounds of the civil rights movement to shut down any logical conversation. Yeah? And also they were talking about another thing the Democrats are talking about, where there's some black people, the black people was born in segregated hospitals, so they might not have standardized documents and all that. Because they keep trying to tie us in it. They act like there's old black voters who might not have some documents because they were born in a Jim Crow hospital. Man, FBA family, y'all know good and well, all your grandparents and great-grandparents got documents up the ass. They got all of their documents. They got your documents. You go look under a damn mattress, you're going to see birth certificates, death certificates, baptismal records, report cards, military records, a piece of hair when you were born, a footprint, a baby shoe, a baby tooth, an umbilical cord. They got every damn thing. Our elderly FBA family got all the documents. They were meticulous about documents. Man, do y'all know how much shit my mama got from the damn 70s? They hoard all that stuff. If they don't stop, like there's just some old, feeble, elderly black person in a log cabin confused. I can't find nothing. Lord Jesus, how's I was going to vote? I don't know when I was born. I don't know nothing. Lord help me. Like he's just sitting up eating some banana pudding, singing the fucking blues, singing a gospel hymn because he can't find nothing. I can't find nothing. I was in this shotgun house down here in Mississippi. Lord, I ain't, what the birth certificate? I was born behind a manger. I ain't got nothing. Oh, I can't vote now. Lord Jesus, let me pray for it. Let me pray for my birth certificate. If it be my master will. That's what they think we are. That's what they think old black folks are doing. Just rambling around the house, can't find shit. Get the hell out of here. Y'all don't stop it. The hell out of here, man. Look, the Civil Rights Act passed 60 years ago. The vast majority of the black electorate, they were born at the end of segregated hospitals, all right? The segregated hospitals stopped in 65, all right? So yeah, you might have some elders, that might face a couple of hurdles, but it ain't, they got all their documents, yeah? But that article doing all that stuff about, the black community is going to be hit hardest, and look, right now we see billions of dollars being mobilized to provide housing, public aid, and debit cards to undocumented immigrants in major cities, while reparations and targeted economic plans for foundational black Americans are completely damn ignored. The Urban League, they want to try to demand we fight tooth and nail to protect a registration loophole that ultimately empowers the very demographic the Democrats are trying to prioritize over us. See, they want us to be foot soldiers in a war that don't benefit our damn lineage. And we're cool on that. We are cool on that, ladies and gentlemen.
So if I salute Black Trooper.
You understand? Shout out to the family in here. Shout out to the family in here, ladies and gentlemen. So I hate that I got to watch what I say when we talk about some real deep political stuff. Boy, that censorship, boy, I ain't feeling that. I ain't feeling that whatsoever. What's up, Time to pray? Respect to you. Respect to you. All right. But yeah, I ain't got no problem with it, to be honest. Look, we need documented citizens voting. We don't need people doing little janky ass stuff. We got our IDs, we got all that. Yeah, I have no problem with that whatsoever. I really have no problem with it. Do we have any Democrat operatives in here? Come on, call up and talk about it. Do we have any Democrat operatives in the building? Talk to me. Y'all raise your hand. Let me get y'all in here, ladies and gentlemen. All right, raise your hand. Let me get you in here. What's up, babyface Umar? I see you. Raise your hand in the comments. Let's get you in here. All right. I don't see no hands. Raise those hands. Let me see. Raise those hands. Let me see. What's up? The Finest? Okay, the Finest is she's East African tether. So I know this, she don't want to say that. What's up, the Finest?
Hey, Tariq, what's up?
I'm good. So I assume that you oppose the SAVE Act, right? Right, because you ain't got no documents. What's going on now?
What do you mean I got no documents?
Yeah, you ain't got no documents.
When you been in Africa last time, we did not ask your documents, did we?
In Africa, yeah, you gotta have some damn documents.
I'm African and American. So what's your problem here?
I mean, you're American on paper, but you know.
I'm American citizen. I have passport and everything.
I don't know. Y'all be saying stuff, so I don't know.
So I'm African and American. You know what that makes it? African American.
Right. And
Right.
I'm foundational Black American, so I didn't have to sign nothing.
What's foundational Black American?
That means I didn't flee. That means I didn't make a deal. That means I didn't sign a treaty. That means I didn't have to pledge allegiance to anything. That means I was here from the very beginning, ma'am.
But you're still African American.
I'm not African American. I've never lived in Africa. Africa has never protected me.
Where your ancestor came from.
Africa has never given me financial assistance, political help, or anything else, ma'am. I'm not a continental African.
I live here and I'm not American.
I have
They give me
African
all that.
genetics just like everybody on the planet has African genetics. Now go ahead, dear.
So I lived in America and they give me all this, but I'm still African. That does not change my blood. That's
Because
African.
you are from Africa. You are a continental African. You have uncles, aunties, and cousins and grandparents in Africa. I don't, ma'am. That's the difference, right?
So when are you
So
changing your
nothing.
name? Because that's our name, that Tariq. I want you to change that name.
We've already discussed that, ma'am. I'm the most famous Tariq on the planet. I own that now.
I want you to change it to Juman or something like that.
When you Google Tariq, I come up. So yeah, I'm the most famous Tariq on the planet. So Tariq is mine.
But that's
all right?
African name.
No. Tariq is mine. That's an FBA name now. Got it? I own that. Just like Bushmeat is yours, Tariq is mine. So
But
what else is on your mind, dear? What else is on your mind?
I'm just coming to show you some love and, waiting for you to change that name. That's all.
All right, well, ma'am, I'll change my name when you change that thong and get that female circumcision juice off of it. All right, but thank you, dear. All right.
All right.
Thank you. All right, ma'am. Don't call me and you have to get a forced circumcision. All right. Let me see. Let's see who we got. Ma'am, you had to flee over here. You better thank a union member. You better thank us. So you ain't over there in forced circumcision land. The hell are you talking about? Over here nice and safe. Show respect. All right. Let me see who we got. Y'all raise the hands. Y'all raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Well, these tethers, they is beyond me, boy. Yeah, y'all not gonna talk crap and you over here safely up under us. All right. You talking that shit right over here under our 14th Amendment. All right. Under our 14th Amendment. Don't you ever forget that. Right. While you want to talk cash shit, Raise those hands. Let me get y'all in here. All right, let's get your hands in here. Man. Let me see. Y'all raise the hands. I don't see no hands. Y'all put them damn hands up. Let's get it popping. Who's it? The tether projector? Okay. The tether projector. Let's get the tether projector on here. Tether projector. What's up, tether projector?
Hey, how you doing, brother Tariq?
I'm good, tether projector. What city you in, brother?
I'm in Lancaster.
Oh, you out here in California?
Yes, sir.
Yes, indeed. You in the land of Section 8. What's going on, man?
I just wanted to come on here and say that that's funny that you have the East African on here, because I was going to start a all-girl band group of Somalis called the Clitless Chicks. Hey, you have a good night, brother. Appreciate you.
All right. Damn. Damn, the finest. Would you want to be a part of that group, the finest? Not the Clitless Chicks. Damn. Hold on, let's get on Lacey T. Lacey T, hop on in, Lacey T. Not the Clitless Chicks. Lacey T.
Hello.
Hey, Lacey, how are you?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm good. Now, how old are you, Lacey?
I am 42 years old.
Okay. Oh, you sound hella young. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay. Are you real little? Are you short?
I'm 4'11".
Okay, yeah, you sound little as hell. Okay, I'm like, you must be little.
Yeah.
You a little bit of ass. Where you from?
I'm from Louisiana.
Oh, I know you be keeping up shit. Y'all little bitty motherfuckers down there just keep up a gang of shit. You be out there stabbing people and throwing bottles. Get away from me, baby.
They say dynamite comes in small packages. Okay.
Yes, y'all don't fuck with them little bitty ass women like this from Louisiana. They are very dangerous. Man. They wake your ass up with a weapon. Get up, baby. I hit you with this bottle, baby.
Sure would.
Lord, so what's going on with you, dear?
No, I was just happy to catch a live, and I was trying to listen in to see what the topic was, to see what I have any input.
Oh yeah, we just chopping it up. You just random stuff. We just chopping it up. What's going on out there in the Louisiana?
Nothing much as of now. We're waiting on some things to come down the pipeline, but nothing much.
Okay, all right, dear. Okay, well, we'll get you in a little bit later. Y'all raise the hand. Let me get the family in here. Ladies and gentlemen. Man, user somebody. What you talking about, user? User somebody. Hop on in, user. You just in here saying shit. User somebody. You couldn't even get a real account. All right. You lazy as hell. You didn't even get time to get a fake picture. You just got a janky account. All right, user, hop on in. You ain't gonna say nothing. All right, let's raise those hands. Let's raise those hands and let's get you up in here. All right, raise those hands. Everybody in the chat, if you are ready to get up, let's get those hands. Let's get roofing leads, RVA roofing. All right, this brother's a contractor, I think. All right, then we'll get Mega. Oh my God, is back. Okay.
What's going on, Tariq? How you doing, family?
I'm good, RVA. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, man. I'm from Richmond, man. This is my first time ever being up, and I just love how you communicate what a lot of people are already thinking.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I help. I'm not a contractor myself. I do lead generation. I help contractors get better opportunities.
Oh, cool. How long you been doing that?
I've been dialed in locally for a while now. It's just, I use my friends as a few guinea pigs, and now I'm just starting to take on clients now that I got my targeting down.
Oh, good. My man. Respect to that, brother.
FBA all day. Y'all take care, man.
Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that. Oh my God is back. What's up, brother?
What's going on, Tariq? How you doing, brother?
I'm good, man. What city you in, sir?
Well, I live in Georgia, but I currently in North Carolina, my home state.
Oh, cool. So what's on your mind, brother?
Man, look, these tethers are irrelevant, bro. I've been going back and forth with these mugs on lives, the whole nine.
Mm-hmm.
They hold no power. They don't even hold power in their own countries, man. I mean, it is what it is. They're just pretty much just an irrelevant group. But brother, I've been rocking with you since 2007. Back in the day. And let me let everybody know, this is the first one that was doing podcasts.
Yeah.
I just want people to know that.
Oh, yeah.
All day, every day.
My man.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, my man. Thank you so much. A lot of folks don't realize that, man. I was one of the first people to do podcasts. Did y'all know that? I was early on in it. This was before YouTube became popular and all that. I was one of the first people to actually do a podcast, especially about relationships. I've been in the game for a minute. Some of y'all were there. All the way I started in 2006. You understand? I started doing podcasts in 2006. So people would have to follow me on MySpace. This is when MySpace was popping. Yep. 20 years ago. Yep. 2006. 20 damn years ago. Everybody and mama's doing it now. Back then, dude, nobody was doing it because there weren't really any platforms to do them on. We would have to put them on like weird sites, and then the sites would crash, and we would have to just go to different sites to put it on. And then we kind of had to figure it out. You didn't have YouTube. YouTube at the time, remember when YouTube came out in 2005, but you can only put 10 minutes of shit on YouTube. Do y'all remember that? How many of y'all remember the first couple of years of YouTube? You could only put 10 minutes of stuff on YouTube. And you could even stream live on YouTube. There was a site called Ustream. So after a couple of years, I started streaming on that. Some of y'all remember the Ustream days. We used to get real lit on Ustream. This is before YouTube streaming. So I've been in the game for a minute, man. Where's Sister Brooke? I had Brooke up here. I had Sister Brooke up here. I don't know what happened to her. All right. Well, those Ustream days used to be off the damn chain, man. Man. Oh, yeah, we had a website, the United Players of America. How many of y'all remember that? The United Players of America. We had the official UPA website. We had UPA, United Players of America website. We had a message board. Oh, man, it was heavy back in those days. Man. Yeah, I wanted to get Sister Brooke. Sister Brooke was in the queue. She disappeared. Hope she's all right. All right, let me see. I'm going to get Sister Brooke back in here if I see her. All right. Oh, yeah, beefing with Lipstick Alley. Y'all remember they had a punk named Cassandra. How many of y'all remember Cassandra the punk? You got to be an old school listener to remember Cassandra the punk. All right. Let me see who we got here. Wait, I just saw Brooke. Okay, I'm going to get Brooke in here. Let me get Brooke back in here. All right. Where you at, Brooke? Because the chat is going so fast, I'm missing you. There you go. All right. Man, what's up, Brooke?
Sorry about that.
Oh, yeah, there you go. You back now. You back. How you doing, dear?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. What's going on with you?
Good. You sound a lot better. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the sinus is way better.
Yes, I'm glad to hear that. And how's the family?
Oh, yeah, everybody's good. Everybody's beautiful.
Good. I'm so glad to hear that. Okay. And hello to everybody in the chat. Okay, so I wanted to tell you this. So a while back, there was a video where this Canadian, he was a white tea Canadian, and he went inside of a voter registration office here, I believe it was in Manhattan, right?
Yeah.
And he went to a voter registration office and he said, I'm not a citizen. He was like, but I really want to vote in the election. And so they were like, so it was a Caribbean gentleman who worked there. And they were like, okay, he said to him, well, you know, you're not supposed to vote if you're not a citizen. He goes, but nobody ever checks that. So you can fill this out, that out. So that already proves that they are, you know, allowing illegals or people who are not citizens to vote in these elections. That's number one.
Wow.
Right. And y'all can look that up. That's one of those, you know, one of those Nick Shirley types. It wasn't Nick Shirley, but it was one, you know, those type of white T boys who trying to expose everything. Yep. One of those. Right. I want people to remember when Yvette Clarke talked about how that she would lose her seat because it's not just voting, it's also the census, you know, that she would lose her seat due to if they were to remove illegals off the census. Lord have mercy, right? And so, you know, Yvette Clarke talked about that, you know, and so that is one of the things I was calling her out about at the burial ground, because I was like, we gonna make sure you lose all those extra bodies on the census, right? Then I also want to remind everybody, I don't know if you've seen, I'm sure you have, those videos coming out of California where they're talking about different crime organizations, right? Different nationality of crime organizations, and how they are either paying homeless people to sign up for mail-in ballots, having them mailed to addresses that don't even have buildings on them, and then they're there to pick up the ballots. Right. So that's one way. They're also doing it with the elderly. They're going to these nursing homes and getting them to have mail-in ballots. That's also something they talked about is happening here in New York, that they getting them to have these mail-in ballots. So the Democrats are definitely shaking. Well, the donkeys.
Yes.
The donkeys are shaking in their boots. Or horseshoes or whatever you put on donkey feet. They are definitely shaking in their horseshoes about, you know, the SAVE Act and having to, you know, have more scrutiny on the voting. You know something, one more thing I wanted to remind people about. For all of those who watched Scandal, right? They told us what they were going to do. Remember, Scandal was about, you know, forget the interracial part, blah, 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 right? But the candidate that was president at the time, they were afraid that he wasn't going to win. And so they rigged the machines to get him to, that was in the show. And I like, it's so interesting to me how they tell you what they're going to do before they do it. And I don't think a lot of people put that correlation together. And so, so those are my points right there. And thank you so much for listening to me. And, can I tell everybody? Well, I'm asking you live on the air, so it's kind of like I'm doing it anyway, but I don't think you would mind. I got a new YouTube channel because my old YouTube channel was very, very shadow banned, and Dan told me to get a new YouTube channel. So reluctantly I did it, but he definitely gave me the right counsel on what to do.
Yes, and what's the channel?
The YouTube channel is Blacc with the S at the end, right? So BREUCKS. If people could follow, subscribe to my new YouTube channel, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you, Tariq.
Absolutely. Thank you, beloved. Yes, Sister Blacc in the building. Sister Blacc in the building. All right, Joe Blow. What's up, Joe Blow? We had Joe Blow up here snoring.
Hey, I'm here.
What's up, Joe? You good, brother?
Yeah, I'm good, bro. It was funny to hear that tether on there, man. They always want to be like us, always want to compare themselves to us, and always want to try to steal some of our lineage. But here's the deal. Some of us are indigenous, man. We got blood that's been on this soil before anybody got here. You look at any of the historians, they say they seen our faces.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's a fact.
I land my plane.
Thank you so much, brother. All right. Did y'all know when Brooke finished talking, they sent me another warning. They sent me a warning saying Brooke was saying some electoral misinformation or something. Okay, good grief, TikTok. Damn. They sent me a damn. Okay, oh Lord. They tried to say Brooke was saying one of your guests is giving civic misinformation about the election. Good grief, man. TikTok, what's wrong, dude? Damn, TikTok. The chairman, what's up, chairman? Yeah, Brooke didn't say nothing wrong. The chairman, what's up? You good, chairman? All right, chairman ain't saying, let me get him out of here. What's up, Mama Nana? Let me try you. Mama Nana. Okay, let me get you out of here. All right. I love TikTok shop, but TikTok, boy, good Lord. All right, let me see. Y'all raise the hands. Let's raise the hands. Let's do it like that. I see the brother with the Asian letters. Let me get you up here, brother. I remember you. Let me ask you something. The brother, where's the brother with the Asian letters? All right. All right. Okay, Zay. That's brother Zay. I'm trying to get you on, Zay. It's not letting me let you on because we're going to be in Japan. We're going to be. Anybody here been to Japan? We're going to Japan next week. Where my people who've been to Japan? If you've been to Japan, raise your hand. What are some good places to go to in Japan for the family? And also, my people who've been to Japan, is it better to stay in a hotel or an Airbnb out there? All right. Is it better to stay in a hotel or an Airbnb? I went to Fiji. We went to Fiji already. We went to Fiji a couple of years ago. All right. Let me see. All right. Go to Shibuya and Tokyo Disney. Okay. All right. Okinawa. Okay. Let's get hold on. Let's get Jay Ziande. Let's get. Well, I think I'm pronouncing your name right. He said, "Go to the pot." You heard the Popeyes. I ain't going to no Popeyes. I'm gonna eat the food out there. Yeah. Osaka is a good spot. How far is Osaka from Tokyo? What was it? Was it a few hours? 2 hours? Okay. Airbnb. Okay. Let me see. As for the Japanese menu, the English menu has higher prices. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, Tokyo is huge though. It's like the second. It's like 2 hours from Tokyo. Okay. Stay in a hotel with more amenities. Okay, that's what I was thinking. My lady wanted to get a Airbnb, but the hotel's got all the shit popping in it. No. What's up, Ivy? Miss Ivy? What happened? Okay, how'd she pop in here? The Tokyo is like bigger than New York population-wise. Yeah, I heard that Tokyo is like pack. Yes, indeed. The hotel is the best. Okay. Let's get Coach Roach. Well, no, Coach Ron. I'm sorry, I said Roach. Coach Ron. Let's get Coach Ron in the building. Coach Ron. All right. Coach Ron in the building.
What's up, Tariq? You hear me?
Hey, I can hear you, Coach.
What's going on, brother?
I'm good, man. How you doing, Coach Ron?
Man, I'm good. I'm out here in Alaska. You hear me? I'm from New Orleans, but I'm out here in Alaska now.
You working on the pipeline? You out there working on the pipeline or something? What you doing in Alaska?
Oh, no. I don't do that. I was in the Army.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah. So I'm out here. What's up?
How's everything out there?
I mean, it's cool. There ain't that many FBAs out here. They got a lot of Sudanese, a lot of Mara Gaines people out here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But, man, I just wanted to hop up, give you your flowers, Jeremy. Back in like 2012, 2013, I was deployed, and one of my partners had the Hidden Colors.
Yeah.
You dig? And so it kind of, it was some stuff we was already thinking and talking about anyway. You dig? And kind of put me on, kind of changed the direction I was heading in. You dig? And then, I was going on some Democratic Shield type shit, Pan-African, all that bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
But, I just want to give you your flowers, Jeremy, to say you helped me get off that and kind of see what was really going on. So I appreciate you.
No doubt, man. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much, Coach. All right.
To the left, to the right, my baby. First slide, do it with me. First slide. I woke up clean, put that root work on. Now I'm feeling fresh from dusk till dawn. Arms in the air, confidence wide. I hit the floor and do the root work slide. No funk on me, I'm smooth with pride. Fresh under pressure, fresh outside. Everywhere I go, they feel that vibe. They say, what you got? I say, root work slide, root work slide. To the left, to the right.
All right. Lady Cherry, what are your thoughts on the say, right?
I fell asleep through it. Say that. Say that. Come on, son, seriously? Why even ask me? It's stupid.
No,
Say that.
yes, say that.
Say that. What does it say?
Election fraud.
Nope, it's not gonna do it. Look, Jesse, like this is ridiculous. These election things, like for free and fair elections, it doesn't exist. Don't you know that by now?
Yes, Lady Cherry.
Right. So why ask me? That's the answer. It doesn't exist.
Okay. It's gonna be contrarian this morning. Got you.
Oh, I don't know what you want from me. Like, do you want it? Do you want it to work? Okay, good. If that's what you want. But it's not gonna work.
Okay.
And that's all he cared about. Look, like I've been noticing, that's all he's talking about. Stupid save act. Because he couldn't save himself. He can't save himself from being a dick. Now he's gonna save this. Like, come on, because this election ain't fair. You should know. You of all people should know how
Right.
fair it is.
It's not. Shabaka. Still can't hear you.
You should know of all people that this is impossible.
We still can't hear you, Shabaka.
I told you I wasn't talking. I was like, get back there sleeping.
Yes, you did say that.
Hey, so I don't know why you're talking to me because it's like fucking man.
I don't know what I'm
What's
talking
that
about.
topic?
Nolan Wells. So Blacc.
Actually, how you doing, brother? See you in here. The say Jesse like
So Black nurses expose Nolan Wells autopsy. That's the next topic. So
We actually know someone that works transporting bodies, remains and things like that. So today I got a call from that person and they were just talking about the body that they came across. So, was Nolan Wells. So before knowing all that, he said that the body was mistreated. Yeah. It looked abused. It looked like he was tortured. Looked as if he was burnt, maybe. Face, body, that he was burnt.
And not only that, his body was mistreated when they transported him.
So as they were transporting him, he was actually face down. So everyone knows me and transporting the body. Only a couple of people work that job. They all know you don't transport the body face down. It's kind of very disrespectful. So you always have them face up. Well,
who are these people? Mute it. First of all, who are these people, guys?
I literally just said who these people are. What do you mean? These are two black nurses.
They're not like.
They're nurses, Lady Che. Jesus.
Yeah, but you hear how they first said it?
Said what, Lady Che?
You don't listen to how people speak us.
Lady Che.
Looks
what?
like or is it's like separate, right? Like
Yeah.
who is like where'd you find this at?
Specifically, his body for whatever reason
Jesus.
was face down, and me personally, I took that as disrespect.
Yeah. This is an opinion, not actually.
Heart goes out to the family.
Yes, definitely.
Because all we know is what they put out
on the internet.
But today, we
That's
actually
real.
found out a lot about his autopsy without even reading the autopsy.
Yeah.
It's heartbreaking.
I'm so sorry that family had to go through this. Really just
want to give our condolences to the family, as a mom or moms,
grandmothers.
That's family, period. Just we give the most prayers to you, and we stand behind you because we know
right
what really happened.
Right. So,
and at the end of the day, whatever lies those
They
families
don't.
have covered up, or whatever lies they're trying to cover up, we're sorry.
Yeah.
And we're here for you, and we just want you to know that what was seen today was unacceptable.
It's unacceptable. And that's why we want to inform
So
what's
it's-
going on during the transport like
Isn't
that.
something you can be quiet on
At all.
when you've seen something so heartbreaking as a child, go through something traumatic.
Yes.
It hurts to know that was done to him in the ways that we can't even express.
Right.
And as a person, you should have some type of humanity.
Right.
And I felt like those people who was transporting him did not have humanity in no way, shape, or form. Because if I can feel the way I feel about the situation, just listening to what happened, you also can listen to what happened to this child.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, that is a child that you did that to.
Right.
So this child needs justice. Because
Justice.
we're not going to sleep
At
until
all.
he gets it.
At all. And I heard the feds on Mississippi. Right.
Ephesians 5:11 says, "Take no part in the works of darkness, rather expose them." And shout out to those ladies for possibly exposing what many people already felt about Nolan Wells' death. Peace and blessings, all praises to the Most High. And these are allegedly two nurses who know an individual who works in the transportation department, I assume, of the DC area or the Mississippi area. And they were somehow privy to see the condition of Nolan Wells' body. Now, if you've been hiding under a rock or smoking rocks, then you wouldn't know about the death of Nolan Wells, who many people feel that he was killed by his 3 white friends or 4 white friends or a group of white friends after spending a weekend with them at an island. And he came up missing under suspicious circumstances. All of the people who last saw him last are acting real suspicious. So many people feel like something was done to him, nefarious. Now, according to these young ladies, you heard them say that the individuals who saw the body said that he looked like he was tortured. He looked like he was even burnt on his face. And he was also transported face down, which is a form of disrespect, as well as, there's a lot of things that could go wrong as far as preserving the body, preserving evidence when you're transporting someone face down. I'm not a medical professional, so I don't know what the individuals, what those individual things are. But just the fact that they're saying that his face looked like he was tortured, he was mutilated, that answers all the questions that we need to know. And if you notice that the Jackson County Medical Examiner's Office, they said they was going to release their findings on the autopsy last Friday. It is now Wednesday, and we have yet to hear from them, and you must ask yourself why. It is my understanding that they are probably waiting for the independent autopsy, which is being conducted in DC, to make sure that their findings line up, or there are no contradictions with this. But It's the fact that his body is allegedly, reportedly being mutilated, bruised, and everything pairs well with the new information that, a friend was putting out, that he was at a pool party with some of those white boys, and there was an argument in which he was allegedly beat. And he was allegedly beat. One parent came out of the house and told everybody to leave except Nolan. And that is when, many people feel like what happened to him happened to him. Nevertheless, once again, the case is garnered national attention because of all the veiled secrecy surrounding this case. The 3 white boys who he went with are the sons of affluent people in Ocean Springs, Mississippi. I spoke with a gentleman and he said Ocean Springs, Mississippi is sort of like the Beverly Hills of Mississippi. So there's a lot of rich white people who live there. And, if you are sons of a judge and, the judge is definitely cool with the sheriff, they can easily make things like this disappear because the white boys weren't really questioned. They weren't really interrogated like that. They just took their word for it. And we don't know where he went. We don't even know where they're for. There's a lot of testimony about Nolan's phones, but what about their phones? Had their phones even been looked into? There's no even inkling of suspicion of these lily white boys for committing a act that possibly took the life of Nolan Wells. And also a friend as well, this is alleged, claimed that the cover up started the same night that Nolan died, saying that evidence was removed, stories were rehearsed, and the boys he was with were protected instead of questions. Friends say Nolan's body had bruises on it. Many believe he was possibly derugged. Every boy involved refused a polygraph test. And also, in addition to them refusing the test, they have also remained silent. So a lot of people feel that if this was your friend, if this was your boy, you would be, telling everybody, look, I don't know what happened. You would at least be making a statement. But the only time that I would lawyer up if I know that I did something wrong. So eventually, once again, as the scripture say, all things hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret will be exposed on the mountaintop. So hopefully the autopsy will expose some of the information. Once again, if they say he was derugged, then that they're going to go with he was derugged and he just fell off the boat. But if there is no water in his lungs, then, there's no way he could have drowned in the water. But also we must look at the examiners as well, because the examiners, they had his body for a long time. So there's no telling what type of things that they did to the body to make sure that their determination stands. And so with this wicked system, sheriff, the coroner, the DA, the judge, the police, the investigator, the medical examiner, this network of evil that we have, it's already been alleged that that medical examiner has never ruled anything foul play when it comes to the death of a Black person. And so we know this, and, many people wonder why. Once again, a lot of white people are coming out saying, yeah, we do this, we did this to them. I have family members that don't like Black people. And, my brother, shout out to my brother Wiley, down there in Jacksonville. And I've quoted this scripture before, and we wonder why these things happen. There's a scripture that says, Jacob have I loved, and Esau have I hated. And if you remember the scripture in the Bible, the descendants of Israel, Jacob, were always at enmity. Esau always wanted to kill Israel or Jacob in the Bible because God blessed him. And he says something very pertinent to what we're seeing today, to the question. It says the descendants of Esau are still at war against the descendants of Israel. Who is the descendants of Israel? melanated people here in America. But y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. Let's go. You watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Who keep the people informed? The stories abroad from literary work where the narrative's wrong. The research is always important. The commentary is hard. It's Rich Tell.
Okay, in the beginning, I don't know what was the point of that, but I do want to say this though. As far as the family got a separate autopsy person, right? Did they want it shipped out somewhere else for somebody else to do an autopsy?
I think so, what he's saying.
It is kind of shady that like I said, I can't take the two people in the beginning because like they're like fourth hand information. Like fourth hand, like it's almost like non-existent information. But what he said when the body came back upside down, or like on the like face facing downward, that is disrespectful.
Yeah.
Why would they do that? Question.
Because it's a case of murder.
And well, obviously, but like they've had the body for like a minute now, like a little over a week or two, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you know, Lady Che, what they're doing is they're getting their lies straight.
Yeah, but what is that got to do with the autopsy? Like now it's at the point, like, so we already know Cuz is murdered. All right, fine, that's over with. All right, so now you just gotta find out who murdered him and why they murdered him. All right, that's over here in Mississippi, but the body got transferred to like Washington. It didn't get transferred that way, right?
Yeah. The case stinks to high hell. You know what I'm saying? And it's definitely a case of murder. You know, without a doubt. Yeah. And then they shadow banning us is because this is a sensitive subject. You see what I mean? And then they got all these brain dead house Negroes out here. That want us to sit there and listen to this bullshit. You see what I'm saying? And they
at some point,
and really,
if the body was disrespected already, like continuously disrespected. Like, it's not like if it was like that and the autopsy came out of Mississippi, then you know why it was disrespected. But it went somewhere else, like. For their own peace of mind, like to have a separate autopsy. Like what was the point of that? Like, you see what I'm saying? If the body just could keep being disrespected, by the time they finally get him back to wherever, there's not even gonna be a body left. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you say. And then the cold part about it is that they're just going to keep on downplaying this shit. Going to rule it as a suicide and what have you. And this is straight out what it is, racist white supremacy. Right. You see what I mean? Yeah. That's all what it is racist white supremacy. And they want us to keep up here still scratching our asses, skinning and grinning. And doing all this yassa bossing, as I call it. See, they want every Negro in America to be like Tim Scott. They say, that's probably why I'm going through the shit that I'm going through. you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you see? And it's not a doubt in my mind. You know what I'm saying? It really is not a doubt in my mind. And then the cold part about it is, you know, if we was to say something about it, now all of a sudden you're a black racist guy. And I said it once, and I would say it again. There's no such thing as a black racist because we do not control no courts. We don't control no internet technology. We don't control none of these sellout ass politicians. You see what I'm saying? And we're supposed to sit up here and be worried about old Massa passing away, Lindsey Graham, and that old senile, four-eyed motherfucker Mitch McConnell. And we're supposed to sit up there and say, oh, well, boss, you the boss, boss. What am I going to do now, boss? You see?
Yeah.
That's what that is. That's what that is. They don't want us controlling none of our own infrastructures. You know what I'm saying? The business, commerce, you know, internet technology, you see. They just want us to sit up here and do whatever they say. And they want us to, like Lawrence Fishburne said in Boys in the Hood, they want us to kill ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Say, this is all what this is. They want us to kill ourselves, you know. And you ought to see the shit that I'm getting on my like page, you know, from these Nabiscos. And, you know, the only thing I'm doing is just blocking them troglodytes. I tell them to go wash their ass. Then I block them. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then just like this shit that you got going on with this Taco Bell scandal, this food poisoning, this diarrhea shit. Yeah. Have you seen how many states that is in, man? It's in at least 30 plus states.
Yep.
So, you know, they doing this here clandestinely. You see what I mean? Mm-hmm. And then you got the orange bastard up there, you know, talking about he wants to go raise some more war and all this old type of shit. You say, which is really is a disrespect to the veterans because, you know, Trump got 5 deferments during the Vietnam conflict. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then not to mention, and they hate that arrogant black bastard who was the heavyweight champion at that time, you know, and may he rest in total power. You see, it's because he told white America about themselves. You see, and that's what they really had hated about him. You see, they hate us.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, look at all this shit that I'm going through right here today. All of a sudden, you know what I mean? All of a sudden, they're probably going to want me to re-sign back into the Stinky Bird comments. Hold on, let me see something here on Stinky Bird. Now, yes, I bet you dollars to donuts they're going to want me to sign back into this motherfucker. Okay, because I'm checking it right now.
Yeah.
And it's up here pinwheeling, you know what I'm saying? Because I already clicked Stinky Bird, and it's up here pinwheeling. See? Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Now I'm going to Stinky Bird, okay? And I bet you they're going to want me to sign in.
Yeah.
And if I lose, I'll be glad to lose it. Now they're going to this Bing shit. You see what I'm saying? Okay, now, okay. Yeah, I fucking knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Mm-hmm. The dirty bastards. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The dirty bastards. And it says, email or username, you know.
Yeah, Taco Bell.
I can't do it. Continue with Google, continue with Apple, continue with the phone. See?
Yeah, it's
now
Taco
they
Bell
want you to
lettuce.
scan the app. See, now they want you to get this scan.
There's a brother that told us about that in a news article.
Mm-hmm. I can't even put my username in this motherfucker. They want me to continue with the phone. See? Told you. See? I told you. You see? So fuck them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then we got okay, Fresh is saying she didn't hear about Taco Bell. Yeah, Fresh, whatever you do not eat no Taco Bell, okay? Because they got this food poisoning going on and it's in at least 36 states. So fuck Taco Bell. Hopefully the goddamn stocks will crash. You see what I'm saying? And hopefully, you know, there'll be some lawsuits to go up there and to sue these bastards. And what the hell you do not join a class action lawsuit about this shit. You want to sue them individually because see that they'll break their asses quicker.
Yeah.
You see?
Okay.
Because, you know, they're going to go class action. Well, we got 1 million people, so we got $1 million class action lawsuit. And what that means is that everybody gets $1 a piece. Fuck that.
Okay, Shabaka. I'm going to move to the next clip.
Okay.
And that is update. Nolan Wells' death investigation takes important step.
Okay. And then just like what the judge says, there should have been some arrest, you know?
To Dr. Bashir
We have a major
update.
The story we have been bringing you since day one. Nolan Wells' death. The young black male who mysteriously drowned. That case is now set to go to a grand jury. Put it up full mass. I'm going to remind you of the background and give you the update as we have it today. According to local news WLBT, the results of the death investigation of Nolan Wells will now be turned over to a grand jury once the case is complete. Attorney Ben Crump announced during a press conference with the Wells family on Wednesday. An independent investigation of Wells' cell phone will also be coordinated by Benjamin Crump and his team. Law enforcement officials will also investigate the cell phone findings. More questions have emerged. I'm going to get into those questions in just a moment. I cannot express how extreme the irony is that Benjamin Crump, attorney at law, dear friend and supporter of this show, has to get personally involved, bring in private investigators, coordinate the investigation route with the DA's office in order for some level of justice to be served, or at least appear to be served. At this point, there's more. More questions have come up in this case. The family is receiving conflicting information. So during the 4th of July weekend, the young Nolan Wells went out to a place called Horn Island with a group of friends. However, while all his friends made it home to their parents safely, Wansley received a call from his friends alerting her that Wells was missing. Quote, they said that he wanted to stay and hang out with this girl named Katie. And also that this was the initial conversation, me being alerted to him being missing. It was, quote, oh, well, Katie's also missing, but we don't know who she is. Like, that was our first kind of seeing her type of thing, she said, recalling the phone conversation. So she gets a phone call. Phone call says, hey, we all made it back, but Nolan is with a lady friend. He just met her. We can't find her either, but that's not uncommon. We don't really know her. It's nothing to be concerned about. The call itself is strange. Okay? You're a parent. If you are a member of the family, you would believe the same thing, especially when you have a young man who is athletically sound, has duties and responsibilities at the collegiate level, and you're not able to make any kind of contact with this friend. And then all of a sudden you get a call from somebody who was with him, who tells you, who volunteers to you information that doesn't make sense or explain his whereabouts. Why are you calling me? There's more. Wells was reportedly last seen with a young woman named Katie before his disappearance. Though someone related to Katie took to Facebook to dispel rumors that she was missing. The family's attorney, Ben Crump, notes that one of the largest discrepancies lies in what happened after Wells spoke to Katie. According to attorney Crump, one young woman said Wells had been speaking with her on Horn Island and told her he was going back to get on his friend's boat. Now you have a significant discrepancy of intent and location. There's more. Meanwhile, his friends claim Wells told them he was going to stay back and talk to the young woman. The late 18-year-old's best friend, Javon Williams, who was also at Horn Island on July 4th, told the Biloxi Sun-Herald that he saw Wells after 4 p.m., noting that Wells was hanging out with a girl and other friends during the trip, and that they both left their phones on the boat that Wells took to the island. Hey, once again, every piece of information that we currently have has basically been provided to us through the attorneys by permission of the family. These investigative elements were not in place when we first reported on this story. As a matter of fact, the official conclusion from law enforcement at that time was that there was no evidence of foul play. There was no evidence of foul play. That's what they told us, and we did not believe it. I didn't believe it here. You did not believe it there. And because of that, because the family refused to accept this, and because of the national attention that this case has garnered, you now have the sheriff who went on record recently saying that the tips from the community have been very helpful. He said this during an interview on camera, and then made it seem as if it's because of his investigation. The sheriff says, well, we put out a call to people to give us information if they have it. No, you all concluded early, without any investigation, at least not a proper one, that there was no foul play. And we called you on it. There's more. Quote, the fact that you have the young lady who said that Nolan said he was going to get back on the boat with the boys. And then the boys said no. Nolan told them he was going to stay with the girl. Which one is it? Somebody must be telling the truth, Crump told Martin. And again, we cannot overstate it enough. What 18-year-old teenager says, quote, I'm going to stay behind on the island and don't ask for their cell phone. Come on, man. Now, the reason why Crump said somebody must be telling the truth is because if he says somebody's lying, he is subjected to a slander and libel allegation. He's a smart attorney. So, yeah, somebody, in my opinion, is lying. Once again, we said that on day one. Either this narrative is true or this other narrative is true. There's more. Nolan's father, Elmore Wansley, also shut down the narrative, stating, quote,
yeah, it is.
He had too much at stake. He had a plan for his life. He knew what he wanted to do. He knew what he had to do come that following Monday, which was to get down to business so he could get his future started. So for someone to tell me that Nolan decided to stay on the island to chase a girl, no one is going to get me
there ain't no black
to believe that. Regardless of what some may say in the comment section,
language guidance.
Parents typically know their child.
I mean,
Parents typically know their child. I can't tell you how many times at Indisputable we have reported on countless stories where the parents knew
right here too
that the narrative from police was bogus. And because of their persistence, justice was finally served because they knew their child. Now, there's another quote. We always taught him that if you go with the group, you stay with the group. End quote. Dad Elmore said on Good Morning America. Quote, if you go with 5, you come back with 5. Do not separate from the group. Because I've always said, safety is in numbers. So he knew to stay with this group.
Cameroon knows no
So
better.
why would he split from the group? I don't know. When they said that, that automatically just, it turned me off. But it turned on a question like, I know he wouldn't do that. I preach that to him every day. You're lying to me, Elmore told the griot. And you have great circumstantial evidence here. You have the discrepancy in timelines, in intent. You have one narrative from the same group who would be the number one suspects if there was a proper investigation. You also have the element of an 18-year-old deciding to stay on an island by himself.
Yeah, he is.
Without his cell phone.
He is.
That is.
Yeah, Amaru got sent.
Quite
Amaru take one smell of them no good.
To say the least.
No, they weren't no good.
And if for some reason he mistakenly leaves his cell phone on that boat, and for whatever reason, I can't think of any reason an 18-year-old
Everybody got cell phone.
will forget about their cell phone, to be quite honest.
Yeah, exactly. That's like your wallet.
If it's a mistake, he finds another phone
I got 2 of the damn things.
to contact somebody,
I'm always calling one.
to contact his parents,
You know,
to contact one of his friends,
you know, they coming to me.
in order to retrieve or make sure his cell phone is safe.
Just run it.
If none of these things happen,
right, because you are the.
It compounds the circumstantial evidence that has been presented in this case. Now, the grand jury element seems like a win. It's not truly a win. It's better than nothing. I grant you that. But the police agency, they have the jurisdiction to investigate and arrest. They don't need a grand jury. A grand jury for what?
They need to be arrested.
What good is the grand jury part going to do if you do not have a named suspect?
For protection under the law.
Who are you going to present evidence against if you don't have a named suspect? My point is this: the work that Benjamin Crump is doing is priceless. Believe that. And we wouldn't be here at this point if it had not been for the national attention, the parental involvement, and individuals saying, no, we will not allow this to stand. But what grand jury hears evidence of a case when you do not have a precise suspect to charge? There's more. In addition to the conflicting stories surrounding Katie, Nolan's parents have called out other discrepancy in the son's case. Police reports listed Wells as wearing black shorts at the time of his disappearance, but Christine recalls a young woman who was at Horn Island reaching out with photos from that day showing him in blue shorts, not black shorts. The family also describes suspicious encounters with Wells' friends when trying to retrieve the keys to his car. Once again, circumstantial evidence, it points to state of mind. So they were acting suspicious, according to the parents, when they were simply trying to retrieve keys to his car, which was parked in one friend's driveway. They had to track down his phone themselves with help from a phone monitoring app and a family friend. That same family friend and her sons also noticed something unusual. Despite Nolan updating his Snapchat on a regular basis, it showed no activity now, all of a sudden, for 24 hours leading up to his disappearance. And his account showed a location that did not match where his phone was found. Once again, all of this evidence comes by way of the investigative prowess of the family and the attorneys, not law enforcement. That alone should lead you to the conclusion of one or two things. Either this sheriff's department or this police agency is holistically incompetent, okay, being led by Barney Fife, or there's something else happening. You have many rumors. Some rumors suggest that because some of these kids are connected, some of these teens are connected to powerful people, because a judge's son may have been involved at some level of this, or child may have been involved at some level of this. You're going to have all these rumors. Those rumors are there because you don't have answers. Don't blame the people creating the rumors. Blame the folk who have refused to give you direct answers. That's the reason the rumors exist. If you have answers, you eliminate the rumors. These are good-hearted people who are trying to get authentic answers to an authentic tragedy. Period. We will bring you updates as this story develops.
Well, the only thing I can say about that there, folks, is that this case stinks to high hell, number one.
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth.
Said, they probably got some of these brain dead, Barney Fife incompetent bastards on it. Or it's conspiracy.
Definitely.
Not a doubt in my mind. You know?
So the next video is from 60 plus witnesses.
Damn.
So they have witnessed the whole thing. At least give us an update on that.
Especially in the South, they tend to not want to do anything about it. So we know the reaction that you're going to get from them. So I don't know, you know, there are some people that are getting excited because the FBI is getting involved, but I know better. And I know these folks don't give a crap about us. When you get in these higher government agencies, the FBI, the DOJ, they don't care about us. The DOJ got a long-standing history of not lifting a finger for us. And the FBI is really not that much better.
Especially on the Cash Patel.
So, y'all, let's get into it.
Let
me share my screen.
Yeah, one of the blues brothers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, and as Fresh says, they need to start arresting people. We all know it. If it was 3 blacks and 1 white, the black kid's mom would be in fucking jail.
Yep.
Yeah, that is a fact. Yeah.
All right.
That is a fact.
I don't know why that's not showing up.
And look how they shadow banded me this morning. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
Hey, brother.
Here's the Nolan Wells case,
Institutional
1
fire,
week after
right?
public pressure hit. Now investigators have contacted the FBI and tips from the public have now surfaced. The DA wants a meeting. Here's what we know. No fluff, just facts. Now let's get to the facts. Sheriff John Ledbetter, he gave 2 interviews. And of course, those interviews came after a week of hearing the people within the public ask questions. Of course, Nolan's parents, growing frustration as well with the case. Sheriff John Ledbetter stated, and I quote, "We haven't heard from investigators," end quote. Investigators have interviewed multiple witnesses. The FBI has been officially contacted. First, he addressed the local media. He commented that the investigation is active and it's ongoing. Later, the media pushed further. He added, and I quote, "We do not rush ourselves," end quote. But Tuesday changed the entire game. A district attorney entered the picture. Her name, Angel Myers McElrath, and she'll be meeting Nolan's parents this Wednesday, being tomorrow. And reports confirm no crime has been declared, at least as of yet. Now the autopsy results are still delayed. Ben Crump cited body transport issues. His family still awaits for answers. So follow the Bow Media to hear the latest on the moment when the toxicology and both autopsies present themselves. And now I shine the spotlight on you, the viewers watching this moment play out in real time. Here's the question I bring forth to the table for open discussion. What are your thoughts about the DA meeting on Wednesday? Bow.
Secret Service Sam here with a Nolan Xavier Wells update. And Nicole Everything
has this amazing audio that is bizarre, to say the least. Listen to this.
We got out to the island around like 10:30. Everybody was hanging out, having a good time. And then it came time to leave. And so Wyatt was like, Nolan, get all those, like, come on, we're leaving. And Nolan was talking to that girl, Katie McCormick. And he was like, oh, I'm just going to go back a little way above. Did tug on what you said. One. But he was like, oh, I'm just going to get back with Katie. And we'll be right behind y'all. We were all in the same house, the same place. He was like, I'll be right behind y'all. Y'all go ahead without me. I'll see y'all. Like, I'm literally going to be right behind y'all. Whatever. So, Wyatt and all of them left because they were like, okay, he's going to go with Katie, whatever. Well, then everybody got back in, and we were all at Anna's house, and Wyatt was like,
yeah, he had to be.
Where's Nolan? He was like, is he coming with Katie? And they were like, yeah. And Warren was like, let me call him and ask where he is. Or Warren was like, I have his phone. Like, somebody call Katie and ask where he is. And then they called Katie. And that's when they found out that Nolan never went with her either. She said that Nolan never went with her. And so no one knows what happened. Like, literally no one knows what happened to him, and it's so fucking heartbreaking.
They're probably getting drunk.
Sick that people were sitting there blaming that on Eric and all them, like his child, but like best friends. Like, it's sick. And none of them would ever do that to him. And like, people are literally texting me, like threatening me and shit. It's like, it's just so upsetting. It's just so upsetting.
So a few questions. The coughing during the video, it almost seems like the girl is acting, and that coughing is like, hey, bring it down, bring it down. Like, they're trying to defend Wyatt, allegedly. Also, who is Ava? Also, Katie McCormick, his friend today, stated that they didn't know this girl, Katie, at all. But now it seems like they know Katie, they have her number, and it just makes no sense at all. Why would he leave without his phone and not Katie?
Two things changed in this case this week, and neither one has gotten the attention it deserves yet. The FBI is now involved, and the young woman at the very center of this entire timeline dispute, the one whose account either confirms or destroys the story Nolan's friends told, has finally had her side of things put on the record through her own family. We're going to walk through both carefully and separate what's actually confirmed from what's still just circulating. Jackson County Sheriff John Ledbetter gave an update recently, and it contained two details that hadn't been part of the public record before. First, he confirmed his department has been conducting formal witness interviews and has been in direct contact with outside agencies, including the FBI. Second, he said tips from the public have genuinely moved this investigation forward. In his words, this past week brought in a lot of valuable information from the public after his office specifically asked people to come forward. He called that response productive. He was also direct about where things stand more broadly. This investigation, he said, is active. It's ongoing. Coming from a sheriff whose earlier public comments, particularly the phrase, no foul play was suspected, drew significant criticism and confusion, this update reads differently. It's more measured, more procedural, and notably avoids repeating any language that could be read as prematurely closing off possibilities. Whether that shift in tone reflects a genuine change in approach or simply a lesson learned from how badly the earlier wording landed publicly isn't something we can know from the outside, but the language itself has clearly changed. Before this gets overstated, it's worth being precise about what's actually been confirmed here. Ledbetter said his office has been in contact with the FBI. That is a real, meaningful development, but it is not the same thing as the FBI taking over this case or opening a formal federal investigation of its own. Local and state investigations bring in federal agencies for a range of reasons: forensic resources, jurisdictional questions, digital evidence recovery. Without that contact, meaning the case is fully transferred to federal hands, What it does suggest is that Jackson County's own investigation has expanded beyond what a small local sheriff's office typically handles alone. Combined with an independent autopsy being conducted separately in Washington, D.C., and Crump's earlier public question about whether the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation should take this case over entirely, this is now a case being examined from multiple directions at once, not just one. It's worth understanding, generally, why a local sheriff's office might reach out to the FBI in a case like this, even without any formal takeover. Federal agencies often bring specialized digital forensics capabilities that smaller departments simply don't have in-house, particularly relevant here given the ongoing questions about deleted phone content. They can also assist with cross-jurisdictional coordination, useful in a case where witnesses, family members, and now 2 separate autopsy teams are spread across multiple states. None of that confirms any specific federal role in this case yet, but it...
Right, so we want to talk about Nolan Wells today.
Oh, no.
So today, we actually know someone that works transporting bodies, human remains, and things like that. So today I got a call from that person, and they were just talking about the body that they
Came across. So it's Nolan Wells.
So before knowing all that, he said that the body was mistreated.
Yeah.
It looked abused. It looked like he was tortured. Looked as if he was burnt, maybe.
Where?
Face, body, said he was burnt.
And not only that, his body was mistreated when they transported him.
So as they were transporting him, he was actually face down. So everyone knows when you're transporting a body, when, only a couple of people work that job, they all know you don't transport the body face down. It's kind of very disrespectful. So you always have them face up. Well, specifically his body whatever reason was face down. And me personally, I took that as disrespect.
Yeah.
Heart goes out to the family.
Yes, definitely.
Because all we know is what they put out
on the internet.
But today we
That's
actually
real.
found out a lot about his autopsy without even reading the autopsy.
Yeah, it's hard, but I'm just so sorry that family have to go through this. Really, just
want to give our condolences to the family. As a mom or moms, grandmothers, dads, just family. Period. Just we give the most prayers to you, and we stand behind you because we know
right
what really happened.
Right.
And at the end of the day, whatever lies those families have covered up, or whatever lies they're trying to cover, we're sorry.
Yeah.
And we're here for you. And we just want you to know that what was seen today
was unacceptable. And that's why we're going to inform what's going on during the transport like that.
Something you can be quiet on
at all.
When you're seeing something so heartbreaking as a child, go through something traumatic.
Yes.
It hurts to know that was done to him in the ways that we can't even express.
Right.
And as a person, you should have some type of humanity.
Right.
And I felt like those people who was transporting him did not have humanity in no way, shape, or form. Because if I can feel the way I feel about the situation, just listening to what happened, you also can listen to what happened to this child.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, that is a child that you did that to.
Right.
So this child needs justice. Because we're not going to sleep until he gets it.
At all. And I heard the feds are in Mississippi right now. So justice for Nolan Wells.
No matter what.
Our heart goes out to his mom, his family, everybody.
And just know, families, we're coming for you.
Yeah. All right. So we want to talk about Nolan Wells.
What's happening, y'all? I was one of the witnesses at the lake with Nolan Wells. I just wanted to say I was seeing them over there doing a little too much. They was a little too rough over there, and it seemed like they was trying to teach Nolan some things that he ain't never known about, and they was trying out some water little sports with him, and it don't seem like he was holding up with that shit. I was like, hey, y'all need to calm down. It was like, fuck you. I was like, what the fuck? They're trying to have me join this little shit over there. I was like, hell no. I don't know what the fuck they was on, but it didn't look safe. It didn't look safe at all. Boys always doing some dangerous stuff. So I figured it was just like them roughhousing and things went bad, right? And then, the kids got scared when told their parents got scared to try to cover it up, and this is where we at right now. Y'all, didn't they just say it was no foul play, and now they trying to lean towards foul play. I don't know, y'all. But I was just an innocent bystander that was around. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't around when it happened, but I seen this shit going on. I seen the boys, I seen all that. I was like, and then this shit just blew up. I'm like, whoa. The shit was crazy. So hit that follow button, like button, drop in the comments what y'all know about it. What's going on? I don't know. But what I know, everybody else know too. They had cameras there and all that shit too. So they can't just, I ain't really know, this ain't really no evidence that I'm giving, but you know, it is what it is. You know, I hope they find justice for Nolan Wells and his family. And yeah, let's spread awareness. Love y'all, but I gotta go. Hit that follow button.
Like and subscribe to Frontline Black News and Shabaka's Black Experience in here.
Okay, y'all.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is probably going to be one of those cases that, you know, after the grand jury, a lot of people are going to follow what happened. You know, after Breonna Taylor, I'm not feeling the grand jury. I'm just not. I am not feeling the grand jury. So, but this is the route they are going with this particular case. But we shall see. I'm definitely going to follow this story. You know, how do you not feel anything, especially if we all have sons and daughters? And we have seen this play out so many times. And I think people are just at the point they're tired of it. They are tired of this happening. And I don't blame them at all. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. I have my next live at 3:45. And this is the one where there's a white, look like a white young lady. She is noticing how Black friends are leaving them. So we're going to get into that at 3:45, ladies and gentlemen. So I will see you then. Have a wonderful afternoon. Shalom, family. And don't forget to pick up your hair products.
Shalom, Lisa. All right, Shabaka, what do you think?
Shalom. Shalom, Lisa. Yeah. Well, it just goes is that with the fervor that has been created by the current regime, you're going to see more and more of this. And I just deleted and blocked some Nabisco who got disrespectful with me. You know what I'm saying? So that's what you do. You don't engage these type of individuals in any type of conversation. You say, what you do, you just go ahead, say what you're going to say to them, and then delete and block them, because what's going to happen is that they're going to get the notice that you made a comment. And then they're going to see the comment, then they're going to try to get back with you. And you're going to be blocked from them. You see, so we might want to do more of that there, Black family. You see, because they hate us, they despise us. You see what I'm saying? Not to mention all that we did for the country. Not to mention all the Black men and women who went and lost their lives in the military for this motherfucker. You know what I mean? But as soon as we sit up there talking about doing something for us, you're a Black racist guy. Now, as I always say, you know where I'm going with this here, Jesse. I'm saying this here for the sake of our listeners. We don't control no banking situation. We don't control no commerce. We don't control no medical infrastructures. We damn sure don't control no social media infrastructures. Look at the shit that I went through this morning. You see what I mean? So it was up to us to take care of us, family. And I do believe that we could do this. You see what I'm saying? Now it's becoming vital. First it was essential. Now it's vital. You see, because they still experimenting on us. You know what I'm saying? They still hating on us. You see, and no matter what we do, more and more we bend over backwards, and more that we try to bend over backwards to love these savages. Look how they treat us.
exactly.
You see, but that is all opinion. You know what I'm saying? And correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm old and stupid and senile and overlooking something, please let me know. What is it?
No, you get it.
And then I just got called another arrogant black bastard on social media. Right. Keep those cards and letters coming, folks. Why? Because that means we're telling the truth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. And then as it was explained to me, black family, what are we going to do? Are we going to still keep living on our fucking knees, or are we going to die on our feet?
Die on our feet.
Yeah, man, because a person who will not die on his feet dies 1,000 deaths, Brother Che.
Yep.
Spiritually, emotionally, self-worth, you know what I'm saying? And then on top of it as well, too, then you get these OTDs. Well, all of us are not the same. Now, I'm not saying that all of you are the same, but I'm just looking at is that we as black people, ladies and gentlemen, we're target number one. You know what I'm saying? Just like our man, Mr. Rashid, had said in regard to Mr. Wells. Yeah, say they probably been setting him up, man. I'm going to say at least a month. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
At least a month. This is a straight setup. Just say what they did to this young man. And look at young man Carmelo Anthony. Yeah. Some bastard is going to come off on my damn life page. Yeah, Metcalf didn't deserve to die. Metcalf kept fucking with that young man, Metcalf was 6'2.5", weighing over 200 pounds. And our young man, Carmelo, he's only at 150 pounds. So it's not even a even contest. So Carmelo went ahead and defended himself properly. So Metcalf, he brought that on himself.
Yep.
Hey. And now the bastard is worm food. You know what I'm saying? And Metcalf brought that on himself. You see? But we're not supposed to see it that way. You see what I'm saying? We're supposed to go up here, go against this young man. You see what I mean? And what have you. You see? So, where's this crazy shit in, black family?
Yeah. Lady Che, what are your thoughts? Lady Che. Okay, I guess she's just listening.
Okay.
All right, so the people down there where this is happening in Mississippi, they speak out, said we can't trust the DA.
It's not
Willie T. Live.
What's up, family? Meet Angel McElrath. That is the DA for Jackson County. Jackson County is the county overseeing the Nolan Wells case. Nolan Wells was an 18-year-old young black man with his future ahead of him. He was a student athlete. He was, by all accounts, liked by many, loved by many. And then he was murdered. That's right, I said it. He was murdered. Murdered. Now, some people don't like when I say that because in their minds, we got to wait till the evidence come out. We got to wait till the evidence come back. Nah, man, we've seen enough. We know how this go. So Angel is catching a lot of heat from not just outsiders, but Mississippians. Yeah, family. People in the local community are saying that she ain't right. Yeah, people are getting online and they calling her out. They're saying she ain't right. In fact, they are saying that she is outright racist. Yeah. So my thing is, how in the hell is Nolan going to get justice? How is the family going to get justice? Now, we know who did it. We absolutely know who did it. Somebody in this pool. Somebody in that pool. The killer or killers is inside of that pool. The killer or the killers is inside of that pool with Nolan. You can see Nolan toward the back there, in the middle, toward the back. It's like about 20 people in that pool. And nobody saw anything. Well, somebody saw something because the girl online is saying that she actually saw what went down. I have not been able to track her down so that I could verify her account of the events. But she said, yeah, she was there. She saw it happen. They jumped Nolan. They jumped him. Like she said 3 of them jumped him while another one was laughing the whole time and recording. It is going to be interesting if the DA is going to present the grand jury the real evidence, because you know that the DA can suppress and withhold information that could convince the grand jury to indict. You know that, right? The DA has so much latitude. They got to break that system up. They got to break that system up. And that's why I call it the clan jury, because the deck is stacked. These people get to decide who gets indicted and who not. And a lot of it is based on the way that the DA presents the case. The DA can decide that they only want to present part of the case. And the thing is, we'll never know what evidence the DA presented to the grand jury, because that evidence is sealed. All the information is sealed. So for all we know, she could only submit one item, one exhibit, and say, hey, this is what we got, what y'all want to do. They're saying that she can walk in there and talk to the grand jury like this. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the grand jury, what we have here is we have African-American, you know, they like to call us African-American. We got an African, they call us black and N-word when they're not in public, oftentimes. We have an African-American who was
Black American.
Nolan Wells. I'm sure you've all heard about it. I did crack a joke, try to get the jury on this side. Yeah, I'm sure you all heard about it. Nolan Wells, he was, he went missing. You know, he got on a boat with some friends. They were boating, and then his friends left around 4:30 that day on July 4th. I don't know what you guys were doing, but I was at home enjoying, my barbecue, and we was popping firecrackers. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. So anyway, they left, and they said he went with a girl. And all the guys agreed that he did go with a girl, and they watched him get on another boat. And then they left. And then, later on that day, his mom started looking for him, and they was calling around looking for him. And all the guys were like telling her the truth. They were saying that they didn't see anything. And I don't think they saw anything, but they said they didn't see anything, And next thing you know, his body pops up, and it washes up on the shore, and and then next thing you know, the guys are being accused. All of these good little boys, from these good homes, Mary Beth, right? That's such moms. She's a good lady. Everybody know that, right? But all of a sudden, these good little boys from this nice home is being called racist. Like, how are they racist when Nolan was their friend? He's black. How are they racist? Anyway, I have to bring this, Casey. I'm sorry to put this in front of you. I know this is stupid, but, I just have to do this, so I don't get in trouble. So let me know what y'all want to do. If y'all want to indict, do y'all, want to not indict? Yeah, I'm gonna go out here and get me some coffee. I'll be back in about 5 minutes, and let me know what y'all decide. I'm sure you guys will, not try to harm these nice, innocent white kids. Of course, I'm exaggerating, fam, but they may as well say that. And I'm pretty sure this is Mississippi. It is the South. I'm pretty sure that there have been times where that type of rhetoric was spewed. Remember, fam, we've had times in this country. This didn't start with Donald Trump. It didn't start with Trump and his administration. We've had time.
Right.
Remember, we've had governors in this country who have stepped up to the podium and said in front of the whole nation what they thought about Black people.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about it wasn't good. So it's not like they're not emboldened, right? Family, I told y'all before, I don't think justice is going to come in this case. I don't think justice is going to come. I think it's a good idea what the family is trying to do with the independent investigation, independent autopsy, independent digital forensics for the phone. And they're supposed to be doing they're supposed to be checking the phone together. So the family's supposed to have their independent forensics person there, and the state is supposed to have theirs, and they're supposed to check it together. I don't trust it unless the family has the phone themselves, if they're in the possession of the phone. If the state is in the possession of the phone and it's being held, I don't trust them. It's just like, it may as well be body cam. Ever notice how when the state knows that they're in the right, and they know they got a good kill, they
alternating that bullshit.
Body cam footage damn near the same day. In many cases, it's the same day or the very next day. But when they know they did something inappropriate, they know they broke the law, they know they went against policy, it takes days, sometimes months, hell, sometimes years, because they be in that doctrine. Yeah, they ain't got no problem doctoring the evidence. Yeah. So this guy right here, that's John Ledbetter. That's the sheriff. This is the guy who jumped to the conclusion that there was no foul play. No foul play. How would he know that? Especially now that we know that Nolan's body was badly beaten. Yeah. See, the autopsy report is going to conclude that, I'm sure, because a person who transports bodies, if our bodies have already revealed that they saw his badly bruised body on a gurney where the people who was transporting them had his body, or transporting him had his body and his face laid facing the gurney. Total disrespect. I can't stand the state of Mississippi. I'd never touch ground in Mississippi.
Well, like Dennis Sloan said, Mississippi, goddamn.
Well, let me back up. I ain't gonna lie. I might go through there and do a show or something. Maybe do an appearance, but I ain't gonna stay. But for me to go to Mississippi, though, it's gonna take a lot, though. I'm talking about a whole lot. It's gonna take a whole lot for me to go to Mississippi. I just don't like it. I don't like how it feel, man. It feel like Jim Crow. It feel like slavery. They probably got more sundown towns in Mississippi than any other state. Yeah, they are backwards for real, and they're proud of it. I can't do it.
Yeah.
But what say you, fam? Drop a comment. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Watch out now. No more talk.
What are your thoughts?
Yeah. Yeah. You know, hey, later for Mississippi.
Do not buy.
All right, so as we already alluded to, this case is heading to a grand jury. So Lisa's gonna give us an update on that.
No, it's not going to match the one they had. You know, it was pretty gruesome, and over the, you know, the family don't want to release. I had found out more about what happened to Nolan. You know, that girl he was trying to talk to, they said she's very cooperative. She's cooperating, and she is really spilling the beans about what occurred on that beach. So anyway, you know, it was pretty gruesome, and over the, you know, the family don't want to release the autopsy report yet. And Colin Kaepernick, he actually paid for the autopsy. And there was one also done by the coroner's office. So they want the coroner's office to put theirs out first, because they know it's not going to match the one they have. And I think they made a really smart move. I like what they did. They got his autopsy done outside of Mississippi. He was shipped over to another state, and they had the autopsy done, which I think was a brilliant move on the parents' part, because at the end of the day, the DA, the police, the judge, the coroner's office, they're all in cahoots with each other. They are.
That's a given.
And
that's a given.
I don't know how true this is. I know one of the boys, his stepmother is a judge, and another one's in law enforcement, and I'm hearing FBI. Well, the FBI is now joining the investigation on what happened to Nolan Wells. I don't trust these government agencies. I don't even trust the local ones, because at the end of the day, when we saw all of those police unaliving of our people, y'all, that a lot of that mess was done on the local level. You know, because I know a lot of our people be on here talking about, oh, the local level, do this on the local level. They don't like our asses on the local level either. The majority of those shootings were done on the local level, and don't you ever forget it. Another thing that I'm working on, I'm trying to get it set up right now.
Exactly, fresh always.
White people are noticing that their Black friends are leaving after Nolan Wells unaliving. And I said, well, that's inevitable. That separation between us being friends, that was coming. I saw that coming even years ago. I said, eventually it's going to get to a point where our folks are going to we're just going to get tired of this very imbalanced, weird kind of friendship anyway. The friendships with y'all is just strange to me. And not to mention, the reason why I stopped being friends years ago is because they want you to sit around listening to their opinions all day. If they think this and they think that, they think you should sit there and just listen to them babble away. But if you got an opinion about something, they get an attitude about it, especially if they don't agree. When I saw that in them, I am not interested in your friendship. If I can't express myself, you need to go. You need to go, because I'm not sitting around putting up with your little flippant attitude because you don't like how I think or what I said. So if that's going to come between us, good, I'll sever this shit right now. That's how I saw it. And my last white friend, y'all, was in 2007. I walked away permanently from having them as my friend. Plain and simple. And I'm not going to be controlled. You're not going to tell me how to feel. You're not going to tell me how to think. None of that. So if it comes down to that, then I seriously don't need your friendship. There is no benefit in having y'all as friends. That's right. I said it. There is no benefit in it. So anyway, y'all, yeah. So this girl put this message up saying she's noticing how Black people are leaving their white friends after, the death of Nolan Wells, when it should have brought us together. No, it shouldn't. No, it shouldn't. So you slaughter us and we're supposed to join hand in hand with you, and you think this makes sense? No, we're tired. This stuff has been going on for years. We are tired. We are worn out. Just if they got to sever to get away, that's probably saving their life. That's the way I see it. That takes them out of danger because they're not coming around you. Unbelievable. How much more do you think we should take before we say enough? We're just now in these times. This is why all this stuff is going on with the Asians and the Latinos, because a lot of our people aren't going in these bodegas anymore either. So it's just not.
And
you're just not hearing it as much as you're hearing the Asian stores. But a lot of our people stop going in these bodegas that's owned by the Latinos. They're not going in there no more either. So we are just at that point where now when things happen, we're not going to sit around and say, oh, it's not all of them. No, we're like, okay, no, this has gone on for way too long. We out. And that's what's happening now. Our people are finally walking away from these friendships. And like I said, that's probably saving your life. So y'all,
that part.
Let's get to this. Last night I was online and I was looking because I was trying to find, oh my God, the things I was hearing, and I'm like, I'm praying it's not true. They said the witnesses were saying that these boys had like bars and cinder blocks and stuff, and they were beating Nolan in the head with it. And they said at one point he was crying for his mother. And when he was no longer moving, y'all, they urinated on that poor child.
See? You see?
And then dragged him to the water and just put his head in the water.
Yeah. Yeah.
Listen, y'all. I know some people probably even grew up around a lot of the folks that you see all the time, and many of them were white. But don't let children go off alone with them, because at the end of the day, they really don't care about you. Your one white friend may be okay when it's just you and them and you're just playing. But when you start adding in other white friends, the whole dynamic change. Even they change when other white people are around. And I noticed that early on when I was a child. If it was just me and the one white person, it was okay. But when other white children joined in, the whole dynamic changed. And even that person, they changed around those other white people. I noticed it. And
yeah, they got that code.
the bottom line is,
you see what I'm saying?
I believe Nolan's funeral is in a few days. And they said they are going to release the autopsy report, but they want Mississippi to do it first because they know already the two autopsies are not going to match. They're not going to match at all. And, you know, you got to also hear, and I got the video of how these, they talked about how they transported his body. And that is also in question. So, y'all, it's hard to lose somebody 18 years old. It's even harder when we got a long history of these unalivings done in many different ways. And I notice in many cases, they love, one thing I notice about the way they take our people out, they love isolating us, taking you on a body of water when it's nobody but you and them, or taking you to some remote place where it's nobody around, just like that Jamaican guy that got killed over in Pennsylvania when he called himself going out hunting with a group of white men. He ended up not coming back. See, they like getting us in these little isolated places where it's nobody around and it's a group of them and one of us. That's what they do. They always try to get us in a situation where we are isolated somewhere with them. And no, we absolutely, you are not under no obligation to go off anywhere with these folks. Your children are not obligated to do it either. But that's the standing pattern I notice about them. When they want to take you out, they always want to take you to some far away place away from everybody. And then they do whatever and then throw you in the, they drowned. You know, come on. It's just like all these lynchings that are still going on. Oh, they committed suicide. We don't commit suicide like that. No, we don't. Come on. We don't do that. So, y'all, you know, I'm glad. Maybe this is a sign that our people are finally getting it. They are finally getting it right. Number one, we don't have to fix this situation because we never started this situation in this country in the first place. They have started this crap with us. We don't have to come together whenever one of our people fall at the hands of them. What am I coming together with you for? Wow. You know, or if we talk about it, and this is another thing I want my people to do, just ignore them when they say, oh, y'all always make it about race. You built this whole country based on race. Don't complain about it now. Okay, don't complain about it now. So y'all, let me go ahead and share my screen. And this is another press conference after the autopsy was done. And everything is now going to the grand jury. Y'all, I have to tell you, I do not trust law enforcement anywhere. But I have to tell y'all, I especially don't trust it in the South. When you look at the way these cops conduct themselves, you can tell things changed in a superficial way. But when it comes down to policing, it is still terrible in the South. It's terrible all over, but it's still exceptionally bad in the South. Y'all got some crooked, racist Klansmen cops down there, and they still conduct themselves like that. It has never changed. The entire climate of policing technically has never changed in the South. Now, up here in the North, they full of shit too, but I'm just telling you down there, when some of these cops go before the camera and speak, I can feel the racism on them. I can feel it. So, y'all, please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Oh, some of you did give me 1s. Thank you. All right, let's get started.
We've just had an opportunity to meet with District Attorney Angel McElrath and some members of her team. We had a very respectful meeting. The thing I assume some of you may know, the thing to announce, she shared with the family that there will be a grand jury that she will turn this case over to once they have collected all the information and finished their investigation. We also agreed that we will have a mutual inspection of the cell phone with our experts and their experts. Attorney Eric Hertz is helping lead the investigation team with former law enforcement experts who are going to help us with the cell phone download. So everybody will be able to see at the same time what the cell phone has.
So the latest update in the Nolan Wells case was that Ben Crump let us know that all of the evidence from the investigations are being turned over to a grand jury. Now, before I talk about what that means, I want to talk about the fact that there's a difference between activism and reporting. And that's important in a situation like this. When it comes to situations like this, we don't need reporting. We need activism, because the mainstream media is always going to report with a bias. And what that means is that they're going to be quick to take the word of the people who tell you that there was no foul play involved in any of this. So while I understand that people were questioning why Ben Crump was putting out all kinds of evidence, you need to understand that there's a method to the madness. The method to the madness is to force people's hands to be able to tell us something. Because the more you put out there, the more they have to respond to. Because they can't just keep quiet and go with the fact that they believe he drowned. So now not only does the private investigator that Ben Crump and the family hired have to make sure that every stone is turned over, they force the local authorities to have to do the same. So even if something comes up that is not perfect evidence, somebody still has to answer to it because it's being put out there. And now all of the evidence has to be passed over to a grand jury. That wouldn't have happened if they would have been able to just simply rule that there was no foul play and that he drowned. And I want to be crystal clear that the only way that evidence gets passed on to a grand jury is if the prosecutor in the community decides that there's enough evidence to potentially press criminal charges. One of the kids' mothers is a judge. Do you understand what I'm saying? So she knows the local prosecutor. It would have never been turned over to a grand jury. So now that it's being passed over to a grand jury, the grand jury gets to look at the evidence and decide if there's enough to move forward with pursuing criminal charges. And guess what? Ben Crump and his team are going to watch that process with a fine-tooth comb to make sure that what happened to Carmelo Anthony, which is that he was faced with a jury full of people that do not look like him, they're going to make sure that that does not happen in this case and that he is able to have a fair trial and we can really get the answers to what happened to him. This was never about reporting the facts that they told us. This was about forcing their hand and putting their feet to the fire to tell us what happened to Nolan Wells.
Secret Service Sam here for Nolan Xavier Wells. And we have good news. This morning, attorney Ben Crump had a press conference this morning, and they are announcing that the death investigation of Nolan will be turned over to the grand jury once they have everything in. Now, this is good news because they will be getting all the cell phone records. They will find out what was going on when those boys were allegedly erasing Snapchat videos, any text messages off of Nolan's phone, and get a better idea of what happened. Christine Wansley, Nolan's mother, said that there will be funeral services for her teen son, and they will be held at Centerpoint Church in Ocean Springs, Mississippi on Monday. Visitation will be held from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., and other services will begin immediately after that. Actor Tyler Perry is paying for the funeral costs, which is very generous. And as we know, Colin Kaepernick also, I believe, paid for the autopsy, the independent autopsy, which is just amazing to see those guys come forward. Somebody pointed out, you know, with Jay-Z and other artists, how they're not putting their money where their mouth is or their activism. We're still waiting on the autopsy to find out what happens. As you guys know, I'm sure by now you've seen the video of the two women explaining about the transport of Nolan. And to me, it's just atrocious what is going on. And it just leads to so many more questions, because the way they explain the condition of his body, it reminds me of like Emmett Till. Like, this thing could be much darker and more disgusting than we even imagine. Ben Crump and the family had a meeting with Angela Myers.
Okay. So that's what they're talking about. They said he was badly bruised. Of course, you know, he was beaten. And there also are people saying that Nolan was set on fire. So, y'all, I mean, this thing just gets more and more gruesome. Yeah, well, it's in Mississippi, and I hope they're right. They don't do the all-white jury like they did over there with
they will, Lisa, they will. You know what I know.
Carmelo Anthony.
They will.
You know, in Texas. And I just don't understand how, you know, they're going to do this grand jury process. But if they walk in there and it's an all-white jury, there should be plenty of objections. Y'all need to make a lot of noise about that, you know, because it's Mississippi, and they might try to pull that mess. They just might try to pull it. Okay, let's get back to
McGrath. She is the district attorney this morning, and they shared updates on the investigation and all the information they had. Ben Crump had also said they've been getting like 50 to 100 phone calls a day with leads. So if you guys have photos, videos, we know there has to be more photo and video proof, because the way we are as a people with these cell phones, we record everything. And I just don't believe that one footage we've seen on the boats and the alleged altercation is all that we have. So please come forward if you have something. That's all I got for now. Secret Service, Sam out. Samson for president of the world.
Nolan's mom met with the DA's office in Mississippi, and now Nolan's case is going to be presented to a grand jury. Apparently, this is not uncommon. They'll do this if someone's death is suspicious or unnatural. In my brain, it's telling me that something does happen. Because if nothing happened, there'll be no grand jury. Like, why are we going to the grand jury if nothing happened? I mean, the boys are already lawyer up, so I can't say get lawyers. If it's going to the grand jury, that means there has to be some type of evidence that's going to be presented. There has to be presented for the case to move forward. The fact that it's even going to the court, that means we're doing something. Something is being cooked. Nolan's family got experts, and the Mississippi people have their own experts that's going to go through Nolan's phone and try to get data back that his quote-unquote friends deleted. If you're not guilty, why are you deleting text messages? If you're not guilty, why are you lawyering up? If that's your friend, your best friend of all friends, why are you not helping the cops find solutions to this case? Why are you not helping the family get a solution to what happened to your quote-unquote friend? Why are you lawyering up? Why are you quiet? They've been mute since we found out about what happened to Nolan. But you're not sus. And if it's going to the grand jury, is it going to be like fair representation of us? Or is it going to be of the white people because, it's Mississippi? We saw what happened to Carmelo Anthony. They literally sped up his freaking case. Less than 2-3 days, he was convicted. So are we going to have fair trial? Or are we just going to, be America, like the way America be doing things?
Well, time will tell. Okay, we're not that far off from it. So his funeral is Monday. Now his family, they said they are sitting on their autopsy results because they want the state of Mississippi to release it first. And I think that's a smart move because we already know what they gonna do is try to make it look like it was an accidental drowning and all that stuff. We know what they gonna do. We know what you're gonna do, Mississippi. we know what you're gonna do. Blame the victim, because that's what y'all do. You do it with all the lynchings. Blame the victim. So, the bottom line is, y'all, I'm doing 3 lives on this because it's just so much info coming out now. So much. So thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. And my next live will be coming up at 1:45 today. So we're going to get into, hold on one second. Okay, so we're going to get deeper into what's going on. The FBI is now joining the investigation. Now, do I think that's a good thing? Well, if these agencies had a reputation for doing the right thing, it would be a good thing. But we know when it comes down to us, they don't give a damn. They don't care. The FBI and DOJ and all them, they're not there for us. We already know that. They don't work in our favor. The DOJ is absolutely useless. They might as well not even be there, okay, as far as I'm concerned, because they do absolutely nothing in these cases where our people get unalive. They don't do squat. So I know the FBI is joining, but I'm not looking forward to no big things they're going to do in this whole thing because I don't think they will. That's just my opinion. So y'all, I will see you at 1:45 and the final one where, this young white girl was, saying, she notices how our people are now leaving friendships with white people now after Nolan Wells. So we'll do that one at 3:45. So y'all have a wonderful afternoon and I'll see you on my next live. And don't forget to pick up your hair products. Shalom, family.
Well,
reporting live from Irish Club, Fright Plus News, I'm John Abba. Breaking news coming out of Mississippi. According to outlets NBC News and ABC News, the GPS data and audio of the boat Nolan Wells and friends traveled to on Horn Island with has now been released. According to reports provided by the Mississippi Department of Marine Resources, the boat would leave where it was docked at approximately 9:56 a.m. that morning on July 4th and arrive to Horn Island at 11:14 a.m. Now, when they would finally depart after claiming to last seen Nolan at 3 p.m., the boat would then leave Horn Island at 4:31 p.m. and return to its original departure dock at 5:44, according to report graphics. It then would travel into Fort Bayou around 5:52 p.m. before returning to the dock at 6:06 p.m. Later that evening, the boat would then go to Fort Bayou's boat launch at 7:19 p.m. From there, it traveled overland, presumably towed by a vehicle, to the Biloxi, Mississippi residence of the boat's owner. Now, as mentioned, a part of the story from Nolan's friends that they would have to get towed on their way back. Now, tonight, NBC would exclusively air a portion of what was discussed when they would make the call for help. In the audio, you hear one of the friends share that they were sinking, but everybody was on board and okay.
We're sinking. Can you all please come?
And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's on board.
It still, however, leaves many people wondering what happened to Wells between 3 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. when his friends say they last saw him at 3 p.m. Now, it is also noted that Nolan, according to other accounts, was last seen by anyone as late as 4 p.m. As mentioned on Tuesday, the FBI has joined the case and in fact was revealed to have been helping local authorities early on, specifically because Horn Island is federal property. In an article by the Sun Herald, it reveals that the FBI will specifically be looking at forensic examination of the digital evidence investigators have collected. Okay. Upon research, these findings can include smartphone tracking via cell phone towers, deleted files, deleted messages, social media activity, and more. It appears now that for those who suspect his friends were behind his death, according to this newly released evidence, the incident had to have happened on or near the island. This story is still developing. Nolan Wells' funeral is set for July 20th in his hometown of Ocean Springs, Mississippi, at the Centerpoint Church. Let's talk about it more in the comments below. Now that the GPS data of the boat has been released, does it change your theory of what happened to Wells? Reporting live from Hypers Club, Fright Plus News, I'm John Abba.
Shannon Wilson, a 13-year-old boy. Friends pushed him in the creek in Mississippi. Guess who was the medical examiner who covered it up? Ding, 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 ding. Stacy Turner again. Crump, this is 0 for 3 for Stacy. The brother of this kid just came in my inbox. Stacy Turner told this family that they don't perform autopsies on drowning victims. So this family again had to pay out of pocket, bring their child to a different state for a private autopsy. Stacy Turner, you are public enemy number 1 in my book.
In Micah 2:1-2 states, woe to them that devise iniquity and work evil upon their beds. When the morning is light, they practice it because it is in the power of their hand to do so. Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings. All praises to the Most High. The medical examiner for the area of Mississippi that Nolan Wells died in has been exposed for covering up suspicious deaths like the one you just saw, as well as other deaths where Black men have died at the hands of the police, suspicious hangings, and drownings, just like in the case of Nolan Wells. It is alleged that this medical examiner, Stacy Turner, has never found any evidence of foul play in any of these cases where foul play was evident. Now I'm going to let my brother Willie D, shout out to Willie D Live, break this down with all of the particular cases that this woman has been involved with and has yet to find any death a homicide. Just listen.
What's up, family? Any idea who this is? That's Tracy Turner. Tracy has a very important job in the state of Mississippi. Dr. Tracy Turner. Tracy has faced significant public scrutiny for mislabeling causes of death in high-profile cases, specifically those involving Black people. Tracy, it appears, has never met a case where a Black person was killed or died and she thought it was a homicide. Every time, well, it seems to be every time that Tracy finds a Black person on the slab in her office, that somehow, some way, it was an accident or a suicide, never a homicide, especially in regards to the police. That is what I'm really getting at here. Police and suspicious deaths involving white people. You know, when the suspect is white, or the person suspected of doing something is white. Yeah. I wonder why. What's the story behind all of this? You need some proof? Okay. I present to you Exhibit A. This, as you know, is Nolan Wells. Stacy is the chief medical examiner overseeing Nolan's autopsy. Yeah. And there ain't a lot of people who is confident in her ability to be truthful. Yeah. In fact, Stacy immediately ruled Nolan's death a drowning. The family didn't buy it. They were like, no, that was too quick, way too quick. How did you know it was a drowning? Did you even conduct a thorough autopsy? Has there been a thorough investigation? The family is not buying it. But then you have Trey Reed. Trey Reed, remember, was the Delta University student, the Delta State University student, who allegedly hung under suspicious circumstances. They get the body and they find the body all bruised up and everything. But Stacy ruled his death aside immediately. Stacy just didn't see any evidence of foul play, although Trey Reed's body was bruised and battered. Then you have Damian Cameron. Oh, man. So, once again, Stacy just couldn't find it in her heart to give the family the justice they were looking for, the answers that they were looking for. So let me bring you up to speed on Damian's death. Damian was a 29-year-old black man. He died after a violent encounter with Rankin County Sheriff's deputies. Witnesses and his family stated that the deputies knelt on his back and neck for over 10 minutes. An autopsy showed signs of internal neck bleeding, a swollen face, and severe trauma. This happened in 2021. So, what's the problem? Dr. Turner ruled the cause and manner of death as undetermined, citing a lack of access to information. But the backlash came because the media investigations by New York Times and Mississippi Today revealed that 3 national independent pathologists reviewed the case and concluded the death should have been ruled a homicide. Her undetermined ruling effectively stalled criminal investigations into the deputies at the state level, though a civil suit was revived by an appeals court. And then you have this youngster right here. Shannon Wilson's case is cold-blooded. This is the 13-year-old who, according to claims from the family, Dr. Turner's office embalmed their loved one without permission, destroying any evidence that could have proven their case.
And so there you see the questionable track record of this lady, either Stacy or Tracy Turner. But as the scripture says, these people devise evil schemes. And you can actually look at that picture. Just look at her eyes. You can see the soullessness of those eyes. As one song says, smiling faces tell lies. And this woman is able to do so, as the scripture says, because the power is in her hands to make those determinations. Every time a black person dies, whether it's by the hands of the police in the case of Damian Cameron, whether it's a suspicious hanging in the case of Trey Reed, whether it's a suspicious drowning in the case of that young man Shannon, or in the current case of Nolan Wells, immediately, no, accidental drowning. Like, how could you know when they are yet to release the autopsy? They said they're waiting on the toxicology report. So you know what that means. They're going to say, okay, well, he had this in his system. He had that in his system. Like that has something to do with the possibility of him being possibly murdered or pushed in the water while he may have been struck over the head and unconscious and things like that. So these medical examiners are lock, stock, and barrel with the cover-ups, with the the determinations over no, it was justifiable, or it wasn't a homicide, or this, that, and the other. So this is just another level of the institutionalized racism that goes on throughout the whole entire process, from the police, the investigators, the sheriff, the Coast Guard, the medical examiner, the coroner, the judge, the DA, the prosecutor. Everybody involved has a part to play in this systematic extermination of Black people, especially when the suspected killer or the known killer, in the case of the police killings, are white. And so this lady's track record has been exposed. So what would we expect to see from her determination of the autopsy? We can already see there's a track record. But y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. And once again, shout out to my brother Willie D for the work he does. He actually gave me a shout out one time, and I played that for y'all one day. But so y'all let me know what y'all think about this coroner medical examiner in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. Let's go. Be watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar, don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Who keep the people informed? The stories abroad from literary work, where the narrative's wrong. The research is always on point. The commentary is hard. It's Rich Teller raising the bar. Follow along. Shout out to FBA, still FTP. Big up in FAC. And all my Black families. There's three sides to all stories. Which one you gon' believe? We run down on the false prophets when it comes to deceit. 100% urban world news, current events. We don't like them lies. Media is biased. We got God inside. Slaves and just as power. If you don't know by now, look around. We the darkest hours. Cops squeeze their hammers. They don't understand. So we stop and freeze with our hands and kill us off like cancer. Don't speculate before the facts on the case. Telehouse set them straight by smoking rich investigations. You watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar, don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing.
Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They become disenchanted. They become disillusioned. They become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the Black community that makes the Black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians can ever invent.
Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing.
Howdy, 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 hey! God's kingdom on the way. God's kingdom's on the way. Hallelujah. 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 Hey, no the way. Hey, no the way. Hey, Nolan Wells. Howdy, 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 hey, no the way. We know the truth. Yes, we know the truth. Hey, no the Wells. Hey, no the Wells. Won't forget about you. Won't forget about you. Got a shot. We are on to the God, on to the God, on to the God. We are on to the God, on to the God, on to the God. War time. War time. War time. Right. 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 Unity. Walk down through that before you get your call. You see what you do. Sons! That's how it's put faith, move. 5, 4, 3, 2, and hunt. Right face back. Close face, move. 5, 4, 3, 2, and close face back. Hold on. Hey, Nolan, where? Yes, sir.
And Joel 3:9 says, prepare for war. Wake up the mighty men. Let all the men of war draw near and let them come up. Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings. All praises to the Most High. And if you've been living under a rock or if you've been smoking rocks, then you would know about the death of Nolan Wells, which happened somewhere between July 4th and July 6th. We don't really know the date. His body was found on the 6th, but there's a lot of speculation on when he was actually killed. His body washed up on the shore of Ocean Springs, Mississippi. And since then, everybody has been digging into it about all the inconsistencies where the young black high school football player went out on a boat with a group of white friends to an island and didn't make it back home. Now, a lot of people have been talking about it, and you see right there the brothers of the Israel United in Christ, one of the sects, I would say, of the Hebrew Israelite nation, came down in formation in a display of support to the people of the community who are still looking for answers. Now, a lot of people may have things to say about the Hebrew Israelite brothers, about, what they stand for, about how they speak, about some of their methods and strategies. But one thing I can say is that they are there. That's what they are there with a lot of strong black men standing up in formation, chanting, marching. Now, once again, not to sound, like I'm disparaging anybody, but where are all the Christian churches at when these things happen? Why aren't the pastors and the members in the streets with their members and going down and standing with people and showing, okay, well, this has to stop? I don't really see that. I see the Israelite brothers. I see local and community activists, grassroots, and I see, the Nation of Islam out there. But I don't really see a lot of churches out there in the streets with the people. Nevertheless, the people came down there and they brought the people together. And when the community sees a group of men who are supposed to be the leaders and the protectors of the community come together and stand together, whatever they do, then that motivates the community. That brings spiritual upliftment to the community. Let's watch this one clip where one of the brothers speaks about why they are there. Just listen.
The community in Ocean Springs, Mississippi is still reeling from the loss of a beloved community member, coming together for a peaceful protest to demand justice for 18-year-old Nolan Wells. Just 1 week after he went to Corn Island to celebrate the 4th of July with friends and never came home.
Shalom, Most High Christ bless, man. Y'all already see it. Y'all know we got boots on the ground again, man. Why? Because we love our people, man. We out here taking a stand for the young brother Nolan Wells, man. Right now, we are in Moss Point. It's like 10 minutes away from Ocean Springs. Here to wake up the mighty men here. As Joel 3:9 said, we must come out and wake up the mighty men and prepare them for war. A spiritual war, that is. All right, so we got a lot of people coming up, a lot of people listening. A lot of people, they first time hearing the truth, and we're going to keep giving it to them, man. So all praises to the Most High God and His Son, Christ. All right, shalom.
All right, shalom. Most High and Christ bless. That's what they're there for, to wake up the mighty men in the community and to show them that, look, we can come out here and stand against this oppression, this racism, this murder, and stand with the community who feels like there's nobody there to stand with. But nevertheless, these protests, I think, took place about 2 days ago. And there are 2 news articles about it, but you don't hear them mentioning the fact that the brothers from the IUIC was there. They show clips and pictures of it, but they won't acknowledge that we had a group of strong black men, an organization out there to protest against this murder. Just listen to the first one. They showed you a little clip of that one in that video, but just listen to the first one right here. And I think this is from like Good Morning CPS or something like that. Just watch.
The community in Ocean Springs, Mississippi, is still reeling from the loss of a beloved community member, coming together for a peaceful protest to demand justice for 18-year-old Nolan Wells. Just 1 week after he went to Horn Island to celebrate the 4th of July with friends and never came home. 2 days after that trip, investigators made the heartbreaking discovery: Wells's body found in the water offshore. His parents, Christine and Elmore Wansley, telling GMA they want honesty and transparency and a thorough investigation into their son's death. Authorities say his friends claims Wells decided to stay behind on the island, but his parents say that wasn't his character. They also told GMA that when they retrieved Wells's phones, some texts appeared deleted and his Snapchat accounts were empty. Wells, a wide receiver at Southwest Mississippi Community College, was expected to be back with his teammates for preseason this week. We spoke with his head coach, Les George, who says the team is devastated by the loss of a beloved teammate.
We had a team meeting that evening once everyone had moved into the dorms and settled in, and we didn't talk about football. We just talked about how the most important thing right now is that we're here for each other, and make sure that we had counselors in place for them.
Now, Nolan's parents have now flown his body from Mississippi to Washington, D.C. for an independent autopsy with help from former NFL quarterback and activist Colin Kaepernick as they await results as protesters call for answers. The Jackson County Sheriff says the investigation is ongoing and welcomes that independent review. Gio?
And those parents really want those answers. All right, Ike, thank you so much.
Okay, so basically two things about that news story. My brother Ricky Smith down there in Memphis pointed this out to me. Look at the people who they have reporting the story. They put a black face on this story. Why? To, kind of garner, garner a connection with the story. With what they are reporting. That blackface is reporting something that is slanted, untrue, lies, all of those things. But because he's black, we feel some sort of comfort with the story and the information they gives us. That's one thing. But look at how they slanted the story away from the protests and why people are protesting into, he was a member of the high school football team, and here's the white football coach telling us how much they're going to miss him. No, we don't want to hear about that. Let's get some answers. And when you see that white face and that white man, and you can hear, we didn't talk about football, and we didn't talk about anything. Everybody in there was probably quiet because all of the other white kids are on the team and in the know and in the social loop know what happened to them. So, of course, we're mourning and, we just don't want to look at the playbook. No, because that's, everybody's guilty probably in that room. So you saw that one, no mention. You saw the brothers in the IUIC in that video, but no mention of them. Why? Because they can't acknowledge the fact that there is a strong group of black men who came down here. And if there's any more black men who want to come up and get up with these guys, come on. Right. But just listen at this next one. And I'm sorry, please excuse the black lady in there talking about it's not about race. I don't know what it's about if it's not about race. But let's look at this one as well. And y'all know, man, I cannot stand me it's not about race Negro. Right. But they know who to put. Like, they interviewed probably hundreds, tens, 20s of people about that situation, but they know who to put up there. Yeah, it's not about race. It's about the family. It's definitely about race. A young black kid went out in Mississippi with all white children, got found dead, and now the all white sheriff department, the all white legal system, the all white coroner, the autopsy, all the white people is going to say, no, I don't know. Nobody knows what happened. Man, please don't ever say that again in your life. But again, you notice there was no mention of the IUIC, the Israel United in Christ, the Hebrew Israelite brothers. Why? Because once again, they can't acknowledge that. They even showed the clip of the little sassy boy up there with them. They'll show that all day. But they won't show strong black men willing to stand for something and fight for anything. Because once again, that arises the people, that wakes the mighty men up. And like the brother said, it is spiritual. It's a spiritual warfare, but also God has given us weapons and weapons in the physical form. And, you know, once again, I don't think God has intended Yahweh the most. Yahweh has intended to us to just be praying and you know, just seeking his face while people are knocking us off. I don't think that's I don't get that when I read the Bible. Now let your preachers preach that to you if you want to. But I don't get that when I read my Bible. I get David and Goliath. I see, you know, Samuel cutting down, you know, the 400 prophets. I see Elijah calling down fire from heaven. You know what I mean? I see that. I see Yehoshua turning over tables in the temple. You know what I'm saying? I see that. You know, so I don't see that. Well, you know, blessed are the poor because they will see God. I don't see that. You know what I mean? But to each their own. But what I will not do is just stand by and just let this go unnoticed and not try. You know, we out in the streets. We be out in the streets with different organizations, people who don't even claim Christ. Atheists are out there in the streets fighting against this evil. And, you know, that's a topic for a whole nother show. But shout out to the brothers of the Israel United in Christ for, you know, being boots on the ground, whatever anybody may think of them. You know, are you out there? Did you go there? You know, them brothers was just down there in Mississippi, Senatobia, and they're coming from, you know, they got brothers from all of their, you know, I guess different locations, different temples, I don't know what you call them, coming together in these, you know, some brothers from Louisiana, I think, and all those places coming together to stand for justice for Nolan well. So I can't, if you can say anything bad about that, you had to be out there. If you're going to say something bad about it, you better be out there if you're going to talk bad about them brothers going out there. But y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. Let's go. Be watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar, don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Who keep the people informed with stories abroad from literary work. Where the narrative's wrong, the research is always on point, the commentary is hard. It's Rich Teller raising the bar. Follow along, shout out to FBA, still FTP. Big up in FAC. And all my black families, it's three sides to all stories. Which one you gon' believe? We run down on the false prophets when they come to deceive. 100% urban world news, current events. We don't like them lies. Media is biased. We got God inside. Slaves and just as power. If you don't know by now, look around me, the darkest hours. Cops squeeze and hammers. They don't understand. We stop and freeze with our hands and kill us off like cancer. Don't speculate before the facts on the case. Telehouse set them straight from the rich investigate. You watch your Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar, don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing.
Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They become disenchanted. They become disillusioned. They become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the black community that makes the black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians can ever invent.
Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse. Telehouse publishing, telehouse, yeah, telehouse publishing, telehouse, telehouse publishing, telehouse, telehouse publishing, telehouse, yeah, telehouse publishing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for joining us. We greatly appreciate it. Make sure you click that subscribe button, the like button, and all of that. So tonight, got a little update with the Nolan Wells case, and we know that's the young brother that lost his life after he went out there with them folks to Horn Island, and they said that, oh well, he said he's gonna stay behind and all of that, and you know, they had his phone. What person, even grown person, leave behind their phone? They don't. Nobody leaves behind their phone these days. They just don't. A phone is like your second skin to a lot of people. And the parents end up getting the phone, but later the body turned up, and we know Benjamin Crump had, you know, he was retained to get on the case, and you know the case has been getting a lot of national attention. You know, you say whatever you want to say about Benjamin Crump, he is good at getting national attention on certain things. I give him that much, but there is a little update with some of that, and we'll play some of that video here a little later, ladies and gentlemen. Also, you know, like I said, the summer is progressing. Schools, I mean, it's crazy. Back to school shopping is starting already. So, you know, parents, I know you're looking forward to that. Let me say something real quick before I get started. And there are people, I want to speak to people on TikTok in particular, not YouTube or, you know, Facebook or any other platform, just TikTok. Now, there are those of you who enjoy the platform, and I appreciate you enjoying the platform, okay? I really appreciate it. But one thing I cannot appreciate, okay, I want to speak directly to you. So on TikTok, what I'm seeing is pages that is taking, you know, our live stream or my podcast in particular, those two, what I see. And you're taking it, you're putting backgrounds on it, and you're uploading it like it's your stuff. Now, let me tell you something. I don't really respect that, because to me it's lazy to do that. You're not being supportive of our platforms. Oh, I just want to be supportive. You're not being supportive. That's not being supportive. You're actually stealing from a black person. It's not white people doing it. It's the black folks doing it. So you're stealing from a black person, right, to put up on your platform, even putting my name in the mess, right, like it's mine. It's not mine at all. I mean, what we do here is what we do here. So what I'm asking and telling at the same time, on my board right here, I got an agenda of things I have to get done, okay? And once I get done with all this mess with the app, I'm coming full throttle at all y'all. I'm going to have a special person that's going to deal with that, okay? So I don't want you crying, okay? I don't want you crying because I'm going to take it further than just getting the TikTok page taken down. No. It just depends how much you were doing. You may get a lawsuit at your door and talking about you got to pay, okay? I have to go that route because if I don't stop it now, it's going to continue. I have to get to the point. See, you're messing with people want raises. You know, there's other things we need to do. You're messing with everybody's work here. There's a lot of people that put a lot of work into what we do here, and you're messing with their work too, right? And so the best way you can support our platform is just watch, share. You can download, you know, you get the app, you can watch it that way. I don't mind if you take a clip and you're doing a commentary to it, right? That's called fair use. You take a clip and you're talking about it. Even if you disagree with me, I'm cool with that too. But as long as you take a clip and you're doing something with it, you doing something, your content, you're doing something. You can't just rip somebody's stuff and post it like your own. I mean, that's no different if you go take Disney's Avengers movie and put it on your channel. Well, Disney will come after you. They're not going to sit up there and play that because that's their intellectual property, right? So I just want to let you know up front, you know, if you start seeing that happening to you or start getting lawsuits at your door, don't say you did not warn, because I know you're watching, because you just clipped stuff from last night. So you're watching. Just letting you know. Don't think that just because I'm a black person, I'm gonna let you get away with certain things. Oh, no. It's on my agenda list here. I promise you, right when I'm done with this app, I'm going full throttle with y'all. So it's best you just delete it yourself, get rid of it yourself. And that way we all cool at that point. I ain't got no problem with you at that point. But if I see it after the fact, then I'll let the lawyer deal with you at that point. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I gotta go there, y'all, because I don't like that. Look, listen, it took me 14 years to get to where I'm at, and even, for people even halfway, I don't know still to this day why people listen to me sometimes, but hey, they like what I have to say. That's fine. You put in the work yourself. You do it. You go through all the trials and tribulations that I went through, right? And then you get to where you're going to get to, and people listen to you. There's nothing special about me. You can do the same thing, right? If you're taking all that time to download a clip, making backgrounds, doing all that stuff, well, clearly you got some sort of talent. So use your talents for yourself, not to post me. Do it for you. Make money off of yourself. That's the only thing I say. Ladies and gentlemen, and now some things will be faster than others. Now, if I catch you definitely with something original we did for some reason, it's going after you real quick. I'm letting you know. This is what's going to start happening. We just at that level now. So, okay, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, let's go it on. Because, when you go after people, they're going to start crying. Oh, you do this to another black person. Are you stealing from other black people? We don't steal from other black people. We support other black people. All right. So also speaking about that, now let's move on. If you're on the African Diaspora News Channel app, and I hope all of you are, right? It's $9.99 a month. We got that price. The app, we're the upgrade, we're at 95% complete based off of what I saw today on the other thing they've changed. So we're about 95% on the testing. We got maybe one or two more questions. And then if that's addressed, then hey, it'd be ready to go to the app stores for approval. And then we'd be excited about that. And also the new tiers that we're going to do as well. So we close, y'all. We are close. So I'm very happy about that. Let me run this real quick. Original programming, like I say, LaSherica is going to be one of our new shows on the app. Now, LaSherica from AfroWire AI, it's more to LaSherica than just reporting news. And we're going to run that real quick. And we will be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
My spirit is in tune with the ancestors, and I know this is not just a casual visit. There she is. Look at you, finally coming home.
We do not need an 8,000 square foot home anymore.
Sell the house? Oh, that is deeper than I thought. Mama, Daddy, I just need some air.
Well, not expect all this to happen when I woke up this morning. But hey, that's life. Always stay close to family because that's all we got.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us tonight. Make sure you check out LaSherica. They say all original characters, music by Soraya. So everything is going to be everything in-house we do. We don't need to use nothing from nobody. So we don't have to go steal nobody's anything. We just do it all here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead on and get started with this. And let's go ahead and play this clip real quick. And let's kind of get into it because these folks in Mississippi, they having a little time with this because they get, the eyes of the nation is on Mississippi right now. See, Mississippi and many of these other southern states have been getting away with, when black people are unalived, they can just say, oh, they did it to themselves, or, oh, well, we don't know. And then they'll investigate anything and it goes away. With this particular case, it's one that's not really going away. And that's good because we've been seeing too much of this all over the country. And, I always tell black folks, you can't sit up here and talk about how these folks, don't tell the truth, but then believe they police departments and they ain't got no black folks on them. And I'm talking about some real black folks, a lot of them. Like, I don't trust these people because one thing I know about these people, just historically, they cover for each other. They constantly cover for each other. It's like if they can get away with catching the black body, they will. And they all gonna stay on code with each other. They gonna lie. They gonna cover. They're not gonna say a word. That's just really how it is. Now, let's go ahead and play this, and I want you to hear a couple of things that's going to be said. Let me go ahead and get to this video, and it will be right here. Not too long. It was like about almost a 20-minute press conference, but I only took the important parts that I want to actually get into. So let's go.
I'm Attorney Ben Crump, along with Attorney Lisa Park, Attorney Eric Hertz, Justin Preston, and Cliff Jones. We have the honor of representing the family of Nolan Wells. We have present with us his mother and father, Christine and Elmore. We've just had an opportunity to meet with District Attorney Angel McElgrath and some members of her team. We had a very respectful meeting. The thing I assume some of you may know, the thing to announce, she shared with the family that there will be a grand jury that she will turn this case over to once they have collected all the information and finished their investigation. We also agreed that we will have a mutual inspection of the cell phone with our experts and their experts. Attorney Eric Hertz is helping lead the investigation team with former law enforcement experts who are going to help us with the cell phone download. So everybody will be able to see at the same time what the cell phone has. We also talked about trying to make sure we dot every I and cross every T. I know that we're getting about 50 calls a day to 100 calls a day from people who were there on Horn Island, people who are familiar with individuals that were there on Horn Island. And so we continue to be steadfast in trying to get to the truth of why Nolan Wells is dead.
Nah, that's just why I just wanted to play that part. And the reason why I wanted to play that is because here's the thing. If it was some accident and he just, it was just an accident, then why are they taking it to a grand jury? Why are the investigators saying, hey, we're going to take this to the district attorney, and the district attorney in turn going to turn it to the grand jury? Now they say, come on and say, well, we kind of do this in Mississippi. If it's an unknown death, we turn it to a grand jury. Well, if it's unknown or it's just some accident, there's no reason to turn it over to a grand jury, right? But this is what they're claiming. So they had a conversation with the district attorney, and she's saying that she office is independent and all of that. Here's the thing. They're under pressure. That's why. They're under pressure. The world is watching, number one. Number two, there is an independent autopsy being done, right? The independent autopsy was paid for by Colin Kaepernick. You remember Kaepernick? No, number 7, the one that was demonized, right? He paid for the independent autopsy to ship the body from there all the way to Washington, D.C. So the Mississippi still haven't released their findings to the public yet. I mean, this is public stuff, public record. It's something that can be released. I don't think the parents have any issue with it being released. What I am thinking, is that they probably holding off the independent autopsy results until maybe to see what Mississippi say, just to see if they come to the same conclusion. But now also about the funeral, Tyler Perry, shout out to Tyler Perry. He's paying for the funeral of the young man. The only thing I don't like about the situation, because I heard the whole press conference, so I'm just telling you what everything that was being said. Al Sharpton is going to do the press conference. Oh God, I said there's so many preachers that could have did that. Well, why Al Sharpton of all people? Why him? Al Sharpton would be the last person I would call to do anything. I'd be like, you know what? Hey, is Pastor Geno Jennings, is he available? I'll call him. I would not call no Al Sharpton to do nothing, but that's what the family want to do. That's not my business. I don't make those decisions. But all in all, shout out to Colin Kaepernick for, paying for the autopsy. They say he's been doing a lot still for the Black community. Just you don't really see it or hear much, but he's been still doing a lot. That brother went through a lot. especially with old sellout Jay-Z. And, speaking of Jay-Z, Jay-Z back to selling out again. I'm just bringing Jay-Z up because, Colin Kaepernick situation, the brother was taking a stand. He was getting people to take a stand against the stuff in the NFL, and Jay-Z coming there bootlicking and selling out. And then I just recently heard about Jay-Z, how he's trying to tell people don't boycott Target. Oh, well, you use Google, YouTube, you use Amazon. What that got to do with if somebody choose to boycott Target or whatever they're doing with Target? You sell out, because listen, I don't really think well of Jay-Z ever since he pulled that stuff with Kaepernick. Once he pulled that, I'm done. See, my thing is this. You got one good time with me to pull those kind of stunts when the community is saying, hey, we supporting something, and here you come just doing something completely opposite. And then Jay-Z was so hard. We say, all right, we done with that kneeling. Who are you to say somebody done with kneeling? Who are you? And why are you done with kneeling? Because you want this white football organization to pay you? You sell out? Nobody listens to you. You're nobody, bruh. Nobody listens to Jay-Z. And this is my thing. I'm so glad we in the era we don't listen to entertainers anymore. Because at one point in time, them entertainers used to kind of have a little voice. They don't have that no more. I look at an entertainer for what they are. You're entertaining. You rap, you sing, you're a comedian. Unless you started off like that, like okay, you was rapping, but you was real political at the same time. Put it like this. You'll listen to a Chuck D more so than you listen to a Jay-Z, if it makes sense. You know what I'm saying? You'll listen to Professor Griff before you listen to people like him, because these guys were political already. You listen to some things that Cube would say. You remember Cube's first album was America with 3 Ks, Most Wanted. You listen to what Cube would have to say before you listen to him. I don't really want to hear no entertainers talking if that's not what you've been doing. We got enough brothers and sisters in the community to be talking about this situation. And did he help anything with this family? Or did he help anything with other families as of recent times? Because a lot of times he's like, oh, he paid for bail. Man, a lot of these people be doing stuff, you know what I'm saying? When you're doing things that people didn't even know you did it, Colin Kaepernick didn't come out there and say a word. They the one put out he did it. So he did it for the right reasons. Now, these people in Mississippi, they've been doing things to our people for a very long time. Discrimination, sundown towns, not much opportunity for black people in Mississippi. And let me tell you something, some of the most ignorant of them folks is in Mississippi. And unfortunately, they still running things. It's a Republican state who don't value education. They can't stand Jackson because Jackson, Mississippi got all the black people in it. They trying to do everything they can to harm Jackson. See, what these folks got to understand is that all this dirt you've been doing for centuries, all that's coming to a head, all that's being exposed is going to be exposed. Your numbers is dwindling every day. It's dwindling. You're not going to have the same lifestyle that you got today, and I would say probably the next 5 to 7 years. Because I've been telling y'all probably about a couple of weeks ago, maybe even a couple of months ago, that it's something about 2030. I don't know what it is about 2030. It's something. I don't know what's going to happen in 2030 with them or lead up to 2030, but it's something 2030 and on that's going to happen with them that they will never, well, first of all, they never came back from, if you go back prior to COVID, let's think of them prior COVID. Then think about them after that COVID. They've never been the same. And every year since, they have been going into deeper and deeper despair. If you pay attention, just pay attention. They can't get their act together. They can't get their economy together. They can't get their mental health together. They can't get their physical health together. They want to become more and more racist. And actually, the more and more racism you're doing, the more and more that's actually hurting you. And now they're starting to feel the effects for the first time, really feel the effects of their anti-Black racism, how it's affecting them wholesale. And now they're feeling more and more like they're becoming the real N-words in America. They can't get a job. They can't get a house. They look down upon by their rich class. Their rich class want to criminalize them by saying homeless people should be criminalized, basically. These people thought that they in the South, and it's, well, like Malcolm X said, anything south of Canada is the South. So let me go ahead and repeat our brother Malcolm X. But they thought that they were going to be able to do what they were doing to Black people, unaliving Black people constantly, disenfranchising us, messing with us in our businesses. Because you remember last night we covered about the brother with his beauty supply store. These are the groups. When they're doing that, they're only following the example of these people. That's what they get that from. When these people immigrate to America, they see how white folks treat us, and they mimic that because they feel, oh, that's the way to be. So let me go ahead and mimic these people and be against the Black man and woman of America. But with them folks, with them other groups of experiencing now is, oh, no. You're way more dependent on us than they could ever be. And now they experiencing the backlash now. And I feel it's a permanent backlash to these other groups because these other groups are going to be exposed every day. And I'm committed to exposing these other groups. Because how I feel about it, nobody should touch the Black dollar but Black people at this point. 90%, in my opinion, 90% of the Black dollar needs to be in the Black community. 10% is okay to be outside the Black community because we may not have everything we need. Sometimes we may need some other supplies that we don't make or whatever the case may be. But if we can put 90% of the Black dollars back in the Black community, that would change our whole community overnight. And we can have the goal of 90% of the Black dollar stay in the Black community. Hell, even if we get to 50% of the Black dollar staying in the Black community. Oh, it's another thing I want to say. I'm thinking about Black businesses and I'm thinking about, our community. Black folks, I love our restaurants, but can we please start coming up with healthier choices for Black people? I've been seeing a lot of Black restaurants and everything is deep fried, processed. Look, that's okay sometime, but where's our brothers and sisters that's going to focus on healthy food options for our people? Listen, we all love some good food that's not as healthy sometime, but every time I see a Black restaurant, I was seeing somebody the other day. They were talking about 10 different Black restaurants. Everything I saw was deep fried, full of oil, processed. I'm like, can we offer our people some healthy options too? Not all our people can be eating that. Some of our people got high blood pressure, diabetes, different heart disease. So a lot of our people got issues and they don't need to be eating all that. So can we have some options out there? Just some options. It don't have to be vegan. It can just be some healthier options. Like we cook this in avocado oil. We don't do this in vegetable oil. We don't put salt on this food. We actually season it. You don't need salt. So you don't jack up your blood pressure. That sort of thing. Like, can we just have just a little healthier options for our people? Or is it just me notice that? Yeah, baked, not fried. Like you said, Lisa, boiled foods. Can we just have, I'm just thinking about that. Okay, we feeding ourselves, but we need to feed ourselves the right foods too. We need more of our herbalists to have shops in the Black community. Yes, where's all our herbalists at? Herbalists are very important in our community, right? Some of our herbalists have been great in our community. Some herbal teas y'all have, and sometimes y'all make different herbs and take the little pills or whatever that helps our people. I'm not against traditional medicine. I'm not, but herbalists have their place. What this is why LaSherica's sister Ermesa is a herbalist, and the reason why I wanted her to be a herbalist is because they are a very important part of the Black community. We need our herbalists, we need our root workers, we need all our people in our community to have things that we could come get in our community. Now, with the situation that happened with Nolan and all our other brothers and sisters that's come up missing, or even you go to things like just crimes against Black people, like Rekia Boyd that we remember in the past, and Sandra Bland or whatever. These people have a day that's coming, and they know it's coming. it's coming a lot faster than what they think. You cannot take so much innocent blood from this earth and it does not have a day of vengeance. It's going to have that. And it's not going to be from us. It's not going to be from us. You see it coming. They see it coming. And so their thought process is, well, maybe we can slow it down and we go it on and try to get all these immigrants out of here, right? Well, they're being so aggressive. Well, here in Houston, I don't know if you heard about that. They ICE went up to this particular, pulled this immigrant guy over, Mexican guy, and they blew him away. And they're saying that he was actually the wrong guy, but took the man's life. I think the man got up in the morning, say 5 o'clock in the morning, go pick up his guys. They're supposed to go work build construction, build houses. And ICE took the man's life. I mean, it's like a big powder keg with a lot of Hispanic community here in Houston right now. They are pissed. The mayor getting chewed out. Greg Abbott talking about the Texas Rangers going to investigate. It's another situation with ICE. You know, now this is the black community. I mean, I see it. I mean, it's messed up what happened. I mean, of course, I don't agree with nobody losing their life like that. Of course not. I don't agree with that. But they're doing too much. They're being so aggressive because they feel their time is short. So they just trying to go after whoever they can go after. Like, okay, let's get all the Haitians out. Let's get all these people out. Now, I'm not advocating for illegal immigration, but what I'm saying is for them, it's about survival. And they feel way too many black people are here and others who are non-white that are here, and they looking at their minorities. Let me tell you what they fear. They fear South Africa. Now you say, Phil, what do you mean by they fear South Africa? They fear being a minority, like the Boers in them are in South Africa. But see, this is the difference though with us, and I'm not being offensive when I say this because I'm telling the truth because I've been there. The difference with FBA and our black South African cousins over there is two things. One, we do not look at white folks as a part of us. No. Hell no. Like Chris Brown say, F no. Right? That meme they got of Chris Brown. The second part is they know that we would not allow, if we were the majority and they the minority, for them to control the economy, to hold the land, hell no. That wouldn't happen. And here's the issue with them. They got beef just about with everybody. So them being a minority in this country would be very threatening for them because everybody got an issue with them. You know how many countries these people then went to and took resources, bombed people, did all these things they did to people. You think them people forgot? Them people ain't forgot. You talk about us. Yeah, we haven't forgot either. They still won't leave. You know, instead of trying to make it right with black people, if they were smart, they'll make it right with black people. Why they're not a minority? If I was them, I'd be like, look, black people typically are forgiven if you make it right with them. So let's go ahead on and just do reparations in the form of cash payments. Let's see about some sort of land allotments for them. Okay. Let's thoroughly audit the banks and all this stuff so we make sure everything's equal and fair. And if we do all that, black people probably be cool with us if we get in a minority. If we do all that now. And I would say that probably could work. That probably could work for you in a way. I'm not saying all the way, but it probably could work. If you gave reparations in the form of cash payments, if we go through and see how a lot of black people lost their farmland and get their land back, a lot of land we lost, okay? Get the laws changed where everything's equal and fair for everybody, not just black people, for everybody. You probably have a better shot being a minority, but the way you're going about it, and all of the hell you keep causing throughout the country,
Answer me, so. Jesse,
it's not going to really be a good thing. I think it's going to be worse off for you than it is. I'm gonna say the Boers in South Africa got it pretty good, actually. They got it real good to say they're a minority.
Yeah,
they got it hella good over there. That's why when they come over here, they're like, "Oh man, take me back to Cape Town. I don't want to be here because they got it good over there. I'm telling you, them white folks live so much better, and they got it. Trust me, they don't have to worry about black folks getting on their head over there. I'm telling you, the ones like Julius Malema is not the majority."
Yeah. What happened? Happened, I hate that. You probably have to plug this thing in. Hotspot or something. All right. Nothing holding it down. Until he comes back. I can't say anything, so it's kind of dim. So I'm serious that holding it down. I just try to know this. So. I didn't know what Bill was talking about anyway. In the beginning of the thing, so just talking. So, so I forgot what he was talking about initially. What the topic was. As Uncle Philip. Bill Tariq, they be doing that. Those little clips. Be like, and talk about it at the very beginning, and then the rest will be whatever else they're talking about. And I'll forget exactly what the fuck I'm talking about at the very beginning. I was been a person today of little words, put it that way. I haven't had very much to say about anything today. It's been really quiet. Well, I've been intentionally quiet. What do y'all think about this Benjamin Crump thing? You know, like, every time I think about Benjamin Crump, I immediately think about a settlement being handed out or whatever. But I don't really think he's there to do anything but showboat. Or to get like a case some coverage or whatever. But don't they have who pays him? How does he get paid? You know what I mean? That's kind of the question I have. I'm just waiting for Jesse to come back online. Because it's still live. I'm not going to close it out any other way because I don't know where it is. He has like 8 different accounts. And I'm all the way across the room, so I'm just not gonna how to do all that. I don't even know where it starts. I can close it out. I would close it out like 3 hours ago. First, it was me. Yeah, I want to know who pays him. As I'm asking the question, somebody's answering it. I can't see the chat because I'm all the way across the room. Let's go over there. It's 91 degrees in my room. Let's see. Let's book just to come back to the show off. Me calling him. Are that you, Priest? I think I did you. What's happening at 5:15? Every day for me. I said, if there's a reason why I'd be snapping off, this would be it. This right here would be it. Yep. If there'd be a reason for me to act crazy, that would be it. Round 2. What's happening at 5:15? They have a text message. Yeah. Still, like, how you not gonna answer the phone when it's right in your hand? You know what I mean? Round 3. I'm still trying to call him so he answers the damn phone so he can fuck this shit up. Try the other. like 8 fucking accounts, maybe even more. I don't even know to run this Streamyard. So I don't know which one he's on.
Trying to reach is not available.
Talk about it's not accessible. But I think that probably knocked the fucking hotspot off the desk because it's so cluttered, right? If you woke up the first time to tell me something, and then he had to plug it in because it went, it was dead, obviously. So he plug it in, and he's waiting for it to turn on. He nodded off, right? And then he's asleep while the shit's just ringing. And I just sit talking. That's what I'm pretty sure happened. I'm choosing to call it this way because it's loud. And even this is annoying. Like, if I heard this ringing, hello? If I heard this ringing in the back, I'd answer it because it's so fucking annoying. You know what I mean? This is annoying. Like, you hear it? You hear how annoying it is? That's how it is on that end. You can't leave it running. Like, you just can't leave this stream running like this. You have to, like, you know what I mean? I would say we've been sitting here like 30 minutes now. Said just telling me where to go, you know what I mean? Like how to end it. I can't end it. I can't end it, y'all. So, and I don't want to be here with you guys. I gotta go. I don't want to be here. Especially like I don't have shit to talk about, really. So I have like nothing to talk about. It's everything's been talked about 100,000 times. I got nothing to talk about. And I can't. Come on, wake up. It's like just straight up. It's like, fuck my show. I'm just gonna walk off. So, that's what it feels like, right? I'm just gonna mob off. I can't close it out, Belly. I don't know where he's at. I don't know which account it is. None of that. And I can't. I don't want to go all the way over there to the other side of the room to investigate. Like really, I don't. That shouldn't happen. I shouldn't happen. It's like nothing. Like it's like I know. Why are we tripping? Why about the cute version? This would be it. Right here. This would be like a prime example of why I'm always tripping. Why am I tripping? 100%. Why? But why, Brandy? But why? Why must you always trip on him? Why? He's so innocent, right? Oh, sure. Let's see where he's at. Let's get over there. Now you forced me to have to go into his shit just to find out where the fuck he is. That I did not want to do. Still no easy feat. Which YouTuber does it? Nothing. Nope. We can tell he's not working on his website. I just went over there to the other side. Not on any of those. Yeah, he's not on that, so. Nope. I've got it. Again. I just went to the other account to see. But like I said, not only does he have like 8 or 9 different Streamyards, he has like 8 or 9 different accounts. And not all of them are House computer. Only I think maybe one or two are. And I went really quick and looked through. I don't like looking through. I don't like looking through his stuff. So I don't like looking through the account. Period. It makes me feel dirty. Like, you know what I mean? Like I don't like that shit. I don't like people looking at my stuff. You know what I mean? Like. Again. Jesse, you need Jesse. It's still live. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Put your headphones on. Oh, I can't hear a fucking thing you're saying. All I can see is your mouth moving. I can't hear anything you're saying. Oh, see, there you go. All right. It's still saying, the Streamyard's still saying it's live. Yeah, the Streamyard's been on for like 30 minutes. I've been trying to get hold of you for like 30 minutes. Yeah, so you still got people in here. You listening? I'm on mute, so they can hear me. You still have people in here. So everybody can hear me because, I was all the way across the room. I'll look at it. Just end it real quick and I'll talk to you right here. All right. All right, Valley, I found him. He answered the phone, so he's gonna end it now. Hold on, okay? Don't hang up, Jesse. Just do it. I found him. Finally, he answered his phone. 30 minutes later. He thought, I think he thought he ended it. Is that what he thought? Huh? Yeah. No, you didn't do it.
Oh shit! Sorry, I gotta end the show. I definitely gotta end the show. All right. Shout out to Uptight, shout out to Brady, shout out to Better Snobby, shout out to Maxwell, shout out to Black Truth United, shout out to everybody that came through. This is going to conclude season 12, episode 6 of Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase in conjunction with the Frontline Black News. Join us tomorrow for a brand new episode of the Frontline Black News. Oh, yeah. Shout out to Michael and shout out to Shabaka as well. So, peace, love, light, reparations, separations, and delineations, and black empowerment. Chain criminal son enough from the Mile High incoming illegal migrant flooded city. Peace.